So I would say this though, like this is largely a culture war. The rise in anti-Israel and the anti-Semitic stuff. I mean, I think even Netanyahu over the summer had commented on how like this is going to be our biggest fight. I've heard a lot of pundits talk about that. About how do they change the sentiment of Americans, or try to reverse the attitudes and opinions of Israel and Jews.
Well, you say to a clubhouse room that synagogue in Michigan doesn't plan the military moves of the state of Israel, nor does it get planned out of my synagogue or the kosher market I went to today. Like we don't do military strategy for the state of Israel. So why is attacking an American citizen, a Jewish American citizen, who's just trying to pray or eat a meal in a restaurant makes absolutely no sense.
But it does make sense. Does make sense. You have a guy.
It makes sense to you?
Yeah, you have a guy that's from Lebanon that had I'd say either one or two brothers killed by Hezbollah and his niece and nephew, and he probably thinks like Hezbollah, and he's probably he's a fucking terrorist. Now, what would a terrorist do? And he's been in this country for a few years. I mean, we shouldn't have let the guy in the fucking country to begin with.
Bro, I met that guy, by the way. I do know I met him recently. I met him.
How did you meet him? Come on, seriously?
No, I'm not even joking. I got the chills when I found out. So I met him the first time I ever went to Dearborn to order food. And I went to get a shawarma at this place called Hamido's. And this guy was the manager. And I'm talking to him about my first time in Dearborn. Man, I'm excited to be here and see all the shit. And he was telling me, yeah, I'm from Lebanon, blah, blah, blah. It's nice here. Things are great. I was shocked when I found out. It was just really, I'm still like tripping.
I mean, he's not, that guy was not a homegrown American terrorist. Like this guy was, I think this was largely imported and it affected his brothers and his family personally. And
Hezbollah officers? Yeah, I mean, wow, that's crazy, Jack.
I know, dude. I literally got the chills. Even right now, I still trip thinking about it. He's literally the only person I talked to the whole time I went to Dearborn.
But I'm going to be realistic. I know you guys are people.
Was he off though, Jack? Was he off a little bit?
No, he's just doing his work, dude. And talking to me about fucking Dearborn. It's crazy.
I would say this. I know that you guys aren't a monolith and you can't control, like, I can't control, like, what white Gentiles, for example, American Gentiles will say. There's obviously those that will say crazy shit, but like if you guys could get rid of Jonathan Greenblatt, Rabbi Shmuley,
Rabbi Shmuley needs to he's horrible. He's horrible. I don't think anyone supports him. I mean I can't imagine. He's all.
But you have to understand, he's the rabbi.
Greenblatt. Turning more, I don't want to say conservative, but less left. He's had a lot of pressure on him to let go of, and in some of the sectors of that organization is very, very left-leaning, and as a result, other organizations, I'm just giving you like internal politics, other organizations have popped up doing the same. Not as good a job because their Center for Extremism is pretty intense. But other organizations have gotten relied upon because people got so turned off because they leaned so far left, and they're definitely moving in a more center direction. And I mean I'm thrilled that they are, because when they're focused. And they're focused as again, like the Center for Extremism, they really can track it and find it. And they don't just, their work was not just in our community. It was worked a lot actually with other ethnicities as well. But I agree with you on him. I just can tell you from what I'm reading and listening to him, I think, and knowing what happened with their board, they had a readjustment.
Well, I'll just say this: he's one of those people that he would do this coalition building. And by the way, right-wing Jews for years that I've talked to, they can't fucking stand John.
No one liked him.
But he would do this coalition building where it's kind of like, oh yeah, white male, yeah, the status quo, yep, fuck those people, they're the cause of all of this. Yep, we're gonna really focus on them. And it's kind of like, all right, it's kind of funny because like you kind of see the same dilemma ends up happening after October 7th. It's like, no, shut your fucking mouth, Jew. You're a white colonizer supporting a white colonizer state in Israel and killing a bunch of Browns. Fuck you.
Do you know who Abe Foxman is? Have you ever heard that name?
He was the former leader.
And have an issue with Abe Foxman?
He focused more on Jews, which I think are.
Yeah, I mean, he has an interesting history also, like his family history and everything. But, I mean, people liked him a lot more. I think Greenblatt was an Obama guy.
He was an Obama guy.
He was in that whole Obama ecosystem, and all the people who got hired at the ADL were progressives, right. And they start saying all sorts of ridiculous progressive shit, which is aggressive. And we were all like, what the fuck is going on at the ADL? And, you know,
Stop giving him money.
I hate that guy. He should have been replaced. It's a miracle. I don't understand how he still has his job, you know. And I think he's just like anybody who's in a political position. He's playing the game of saying what he's saying, and we don't actually know what he actually believes. And, you know, he said it so many times that the biggest threat to Jews is, you know, the far right, which of course was completely disconnected from reality. He's a liar, and he's a danger to our community because he's a liar. Fuck that guy.
I would say this is one of the things, and he was kind of echoing something that thoroughly fucking annoyed me about the people in his line of work, is that he was saying, now, obviously Trump has free agency, so do all of our politicians, so does everybody in America. Now, in my opinion, which I think it's been thoroughly, I mean, from all of the major publications, Israel, and a lot of the people that are very staunchly Zionist were really encouraging Trump to take action in Iran. He did it. But I have to listen to Jonathan Greenblatt say it's anti-Semitic to say that, you know, Israel was somehow encouraging this, or not. He didn't say encourage. He said something else. It's like, dude, really? I mean, it's so easily like we can see like who's going to benefit the most from Iran going down. Like literally, Hamas probably wouldn't have been able to do what they did if it wasn't for Iran. Hezbollah could not, launch their rockets and do the shit they do if it wasn't for Iran. And of course, if it wasn't Iran, they wouldn't be sending rockets right now. We all know Iran is Israel's biggest threat. It's a no-brainer. But it's like anti-Semitic to even suggest that Jews or Zionists had made a compelling argument to urge Trump to do it. It's kind of just ridiculous.
What do you mean?
Miss Abby, when I get a chance, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Hopefully I'm not in the Matrix. Go ahead.
It's kind of a long time. Do you know, any of you guys know when the UFCs are come to the White House?
Yes, I do. I know a little bit about it. I know it's going to be
please tell me.
fucking impossible to get tickets. It's only going to be maybe 5,000 seats, 6,000 seats max. When they build the facility, I mean, everyone here is all over it in Vegas. Like, everyone's kissing up to everyone we know at the UFC.
Do you blame them?
No, I mean, I can't blame them, but I don't know how they're going to divvy that out. I mean, politically, how those tickets are going to go. I'll know more. Actually, give me a few hours and make a phone call to someone and find out a little more about it. But I know some serious connected people that think they're not getting tickets.
If
that helps, so you don't feel so bad.
Well, in the veterans community, if you had a purple star, if you got, combat action ribbon, all
Well,
that
that
stuff.
could be. That makes more sense. But like,
Yeah.
that makes
Well, that's what
sense.
we was hearing. Yeah, because I guess from what we was hearing in the veteran community that active duty or individuals that got Purple Hearts, whatever, they can go there, I guess, because they're going to do a ratio of active duty veterans and obviously House members and Senates, etc. But I was just curious if you knew
I think it's
anything.
going to be donors. I think it's going to be on the political side. I think that makes sense what you're saying with like certain veterans, and then I think it's going to be political donors. And in terms of Dana White and who he has in his entourage, I mean, it'll be obviously top brass in the UFC and some of the bigger players here, in Vegas. But like this tried to do this, and I literally know this company really well. It was like my friends work there. My girlfriend's husband runs it, and like everyone's been all over everyone trying to get tickets, and I think they don't know right now much. So there's a lot of evasiveness on the answer. I mean, I haven't asked. I asked about a month ago, but I am happy to find out more about it and let you know. I think
Thank you, Miss Abby.
it's going to be I thought the Pacquiao Mayweather fight was a hard ticket. It's going to be probably the hardest ticket.
They're not gonna let Car or Purple Hearts in unless it's like you got the silver, bronze stars, or you got those guys will automatically get in. But you're not. Wait, hold on. So like a Purple Heart, there's guys on this app that got a Purple Hearts for jerking off too hard while they were overseas. So they give them out like Tic Tacs these days. So
I think they may have like a viewing. Also like a viewing, I don't want to say party or a viewing area that will be over in like an adjacent building by the White House, like in where there's a venue. I'm thinking like the DAR, I forget what that's called. There's the DAR auditorium that's right there. Like maybe they'll use that. I have a feeling they're going to do something like that. But I will tell you, if you've never been in DC or DC for July 4th is always fabulous. But this year, if you can get to DC or Philly and be in one of those cities for July 4th, it'd definitely be worth it.
I mean, you live in Vegas, which is like probably has at any given time the most like professional fighters per capita.
Yeah.
Just for the pro boxers I've known, like from Arizona, everybody has had to do training camps there.
It's funny, Peppy. There's such a rivalry between Top Rank in the boxing and with UFC. Like, there's always this joke about it. And at some of the charity events here, they kind of play off of each other. Like, one will bid, they'll have like a live auction, and they'll outbid each other and stuff. But I did want to say that the UFC just started a boxing division. Do you know about this?
Yeah, I've heard about that. But I know a lot of the boxing community didn't. So boxing's I was never a pro. So if you were to look at pro boxers, most of them make absolutely nothing. It's just there's a very select few that are exceptionally rare and gifted that can make a lot of money. But the UFC has been.
Pepe, can I get 10 seconds?
Sure. We've looked at the UFC is very the way they pay their fighters out. I would say even a lot of the boxing promoters are known for being pretty. I mean, what the fuck is that guy? The guy with the crazy hair, the black dude. I forget his name. He was. Yeah, Don King. He was always known as being pretty predatory, but I mean, UFC, they were a lot worse. And I don't know. I think that's why a lot of people are very skeptical of him.
He did a cool thing though, Don King, in that he started the women boxing stuff. Like he promoted Chrissy Martin and some of the women boxers. I mean, he kind of is interesting.
Most of us don't respect women's boxing.
Well, like I said, I was just curious about, and I was wondering what the pregame would be, and
You mean the undercard? The undercards?
well, like leading up to it, like I was hearing some people talk about it, and I was thinking, dude, what would be cooler than like a pre-game, pre-spectator before the big event night, having all the branches. I pick one of the best boxers or UFC fighters to really tag it. Ain't nothing better than watching. Like Brad knows what I'm talking about. Intercompany branch fights where you'll have like I saw this in Bagram. We would have what's called like morale night where you would pick like your company's dominant fighter, and you'll have a boxing match with another company, and I think that'd be kind of something cool. Let the
I think they
branches
kind of
do it out.
I heard they started doing away with that though, and like we would there's only one time I've experienced that where I never with them, but they would. These are young men. They're in the military. They want to fight and all of that stuff. But I mean, it's like
the state of Israel.
You know, the Sufis have very nice music.
Israeli agents.
The Sufis have very nice music. The Sufis have very nice music.
Well, the Sufis are human beings who believe we are God. There is no God outside nature.
Oh, wow, you guys are great, okay? Go advertise your religion. Go advertise it.
I don't proselytize because I'm a Sufi, and every language of God is just as good as any other language.
Anyways, I think we're gonna pivot. Thank you.
Human ego creates all this bullshit in the name of organized religion, including your version of so-called.
Can you imagine if you believe in God, what you could make? You can imagine if you're God yourself. Well,
When Mansur Halad said we are God, it's everything in the universe is sacred. It's a bottle of God.
Yeah, we're gonna pivot. We're gonna pivot from this. Thank you. Looks like if Iran threatens Israel, I think STI is back in New York. I don't think he's ever gonna go back. Do you have insurance on your property if Iran bombs the shit out of your house inside Israel? I mean, in the settlement area of the West Bank. And change your voice quality to low so you can use it. I know you're stealing neighbors' Wi-Fi. Maybe you're getting little, smaller signal. Maybe you're not getting like a strong signal when you steal, Wi-Fi. That's what happens. So you have to be careful. Go down on the quality of the voice, please. So STI apparently claims to be anti-Zionist, yet he has the property in the West Bank. Like, what kind of, make it make sense? Such an idiot. Anybody else?
You have to understand the Orthodox mindset. They're not Zionists because Israel is a secular state, right? They don't really care for it. But they take advantage of the opportunity to be able to buy land, holy land, right? And to live there. But they don't want to participate in the secular state.
You just said Israel is secular state.
Yeah.
That's a complete lie.
No, it's a secular state as in, like, it's not theological laws. Like, it's not applying the halakha. It's not applying their version of Sharia.
But you must be Israeli, not Israeli. You must be Jewish in order to rule the country, right? So that's
No, that's not true. There's no law that says that.
That's true, yeah.
No,
Can you be Muslim?
there's no law, no.
Wait,
Yes, technically a Muslim can become a prime minister, yes.
that's completely right. So why, like,
Yes, show me the law.
Once since the inception of the Israel, why never happened?
Yeah, just because it never happened, that doesn't mean that it can't. Or it's illegal.
So unwritten law, right?
Not exactly, no. It's just that 80% of the when 80% of the population is Jewish, obviously, when 80% of the population is Jewish, obviously,
Yeah, that means that
80% of the people are not gonna allow. Yeah, but there's no actual law that says that.
That's exactly what I meant. Like I said, unreal law. They operate in a realm of the way that no one can like practicing any other religion and become a prime minister.
I don't want to get into this. The point is, Arash, that it's not a theological state. They're not applying the halakha, their version of Sharia.
Yeah,
And that's what they mean by a secular state.
Yeah, they're not. They don't actually believe in God.
Yeah, that's why Steve doesn't really care about Zionism or the state of Israel. As an opportunity.
Israel is as Jewish as is the regime in Iran Islamic. As is the KKK Christian. The regime in Iran is as Islamic as the genocidal state of Israel claims to be Jewish.
That's completely uncomparable. You are comparing two different things, and
What?
It has nothing to do with each other.
Wait, the regime in Iran is Islamic, in your opinion?
Yeah, in some way, yeah.
Is that why it kills its own people? Is that why there is an oligarchy in Iran?
You see everything like binary. It's not binary.
No, I don't see everything as binary. I am.
If they are Muslim, they have to act like this way. But there is everywhere there is flaws, and they cannot like give them 100%.
Well, who gave them the right to implement Islamic law?
Because the majority of the countries are Shia 12 or 92%.
Then why are they afraid of a referendum? Ask the people of Iran, do they want
They
it?
cannot have a referendum every 40 years that anyone asks him for a referendum.
People in the Khomeini said back then, the people that was at the beginning of the Pahlavi regime, they said,
Listen, Mustafa, the land of Iran belongs to the Twelvers. They are the original owners of that land.
the land of Iran belongs to a cult of Shiism? No,
Also Shiism.
Wait,
the land of
just a call.
They don't. The land of Iran
Actually, Sunnis were the majority in that land. Wow.
Yeah,
For a
they're
long period
occupying
in
a
the
land
Shias.
that belongs to the Shias.
Why? Hold on. So when they were all Sunni, it didn't belong to them.
Iran has nothing to do with.
So before the Safavids, hold on. Wait. Sorry. So before the Safavids, when they were all Sunnis, it didn't belong to them.
No, that's why the Safavids. They were.
Wow.
No, listen to me. The Safavids were also.
This is shit. I was already
19 years old, bro. She's 18, 19.
You see how these 12ers are sometimes like they come out like Zionists, like they're Shia Zionists? It's fucking insane, bro.
The Safavids were also Sunni, and they realized, like, shit, this is not our land. This is the Twelvers' land. We gotta give it to them back.
No, they were the ones who converted everybody to Shia.
The Safavids were Sunni.
The Safavids converted everybody. What are you talking about?
Yes, they were Sunni themselves, and they converted everyone to Shia because they realized.
Mustafa, we can't hear you. Please hang on a second. Let Benny go, man. Ben Mustafa.
I'm pretty sure the Safavids were Shia.
They were Sunni, bro. From Turkey, they were Sunni, and then they
No, hold on.
just because-
Hold on, Shah Ismail Safavi was a star Shia.
Yeah, originally they were Sunni, and they became Shia, and then, you know.
No, you're misconstruing.
But let me Google it, bro. Like,
You're
you guys are
talking about
manipulating
Allah
facts.
Mahili. You're talking about Allah Mahili, and that happened 200 years before the Safavid dynasty. It was a different Shah at that time, and he got a divorce from his wife, and then Allah Mahili basically converted him to Shia Islam because in the Sunni law, if you say talaq, you're basically divorced. In the Shia law, you need two witnesses, and Allah Mahili actually.
It depends on school of Jewish students, by the way.
No, I know. That's basically.
Yeah.
I'm not putting Sunnis down at all. I'm just saying that.
I'm just saying that the school of Jewish students.
That is confusing the Safavid dynasty with an earlier dynasty. It was 200 years before that actually. The king turned into, a Shia thing, but he didn't enforce it.
But that was a starting point, Hadi. That was a starting
It was a
point.
starting point, but again, before the Safavids, there were the Buyudids were actually more Zayd.
Anyway, Hadi, listen. There are certain lands around the world that belongs to Twelvers only. It's not just Iran.
This is
That's not true.
Wait, sorry, let's explore this. What other lands outside of Iran belong to the 12ers?
I don't know, like you're smart. Think about it.
So, like,
Syria, I think. Syria.
yeah, hold on. Hold on. The shrine of Sayyidatuna Zainab. That doesn't belong to the 12ers?
No, that's fine.
Of course, that belongs to the 12ers, right?
The land of Syria is
No, I'm just saying, like, the shrine itself, that belongs to the 12ers,
yes.
right? Of course it does, yeah. Like,
This is called Zionism. This is Zionism.
100%. This is 12er Zionism.
It's Zionism.
Crimea River.
She does not represent what lands are fucking.
Well, it has nothing to do with Islam.
Anything about religion, man. Just leave it.
That's just tough of it were Sunnis. Like, obviously she doesn't
Yeah,
Just
yeah.
your opinion.
Some people think, you know? Like, I'm not saying that, yeah.
But how did they become Shias? Is it?
The Safavids they were Shias, and then they forcefully converted a lot of people into Shias. They took over.
Oh, they forced it. Okay.
Oh yeah. There was a lot of force.
They weren't known for being nice. You know?
No, they were fucking atrocious.
In fact, it was an antithetical government to the Ottoman Empire. To be honest.
Yeah, exactly. No, they actually did it in order to build an opposition to the Ottomans.
Yeah.
So Safavid Shiism is a political cult. Has nothing to do
Shut
with
up, bro. Do you have anything
Yeah,
better?
but Safavid Shiism has nothing to do with the modern.
Shiism is a political cult.
Well,
It's like Zionism.
they're the reason you have identity as Iranian, Mujtaba.
No, I have an identity.
That's not true.
I mean, if we're being honest, most of Tasawwuf is considered cultish to begin with. Your tariqas and everything, they're just their own cult.
Mujtaba is Jewish.
There is abuse of Sufism, as there is abuse of Shiism, as there is abuse of the Jewish religion, as any other religion.
Yeah, there you go. So why are you being critical of 12erism and all?
Because they have taken the country of Iran hostage against the will of 80% of the Iranian people.
Nobody held it hostage much of it. Iranian people were in the streets. The job was a dictator. He didn't have.
If the regime in Iran knew that it would be able to win a referendum, they would have held 10 referendums. But they know they are hated by the people of Iran by 80%.
You're fucking lying.
Therefore, they are doing exactly what Zionists wants. Zionism needs
Mujtaba, you say that. Like, you don't understand that, the regime in Iran has been there for 47 years, so that makes up 3 generations of Iranians grew up with their IGC mentality. By IGC.
There is a time.
People, maybe 70.
Why are they afraid of a referendum if they're so popular?
That's your perspective.
Well, no, it's not my perspective. If they are so popular, if they're not hated by 80% of the Iranian people, why are they afraid of a referendum?
You're making up false statistics. Okay.
So what's trend right now? We got Zionism in one end, and then you got.
For the regime in Iran to become democratic and secular and don't support the
Well, we're not
genocide.
going to defeat our purpose. We're not going to defeat our
Hold on.
religious
Okay, then what
purpose.
happens? What happens whenever Iran becomes democratic and secular? Now what?
When the government of Iran becomes secular and democratic, then Zionism will not be able to say Muslims are savages.
They still will do that.
Well, they may do that, but they will not be able to think about
How is Iran's democracy going to stop Zionism from creating narratives against Iran?
Listen to me. Do you believe that the genocidal Netanyahu prefers Dr. Mossadegh in Iran or Khamenei?
So you want a puppet government, Mujtaba?
Netanyahu hates all of them.
Puppet government. That's why he was overthrown by the CIA and MI6.
I think Netanyahu hates all of them.
Yeah.
Netanyahu is a war criminal, genocide maker that his wish fulfilled in the form of the Vilayat al-Faqih government
No,
in
it
Iran.
doesn't. No, it doesn't. If it was under the Shah, he was gonna weaponize Savak that they trained, Mossad trained them themselves and and then
I was tortured by the Sabak.
okay, but you're not making any sense right now.
Yes, I do.
You think if Iran was a secular democracy, we wouldn't have heat on us? The fact that Iran nationalized its oil and said no to imperialism by nature already.
I am a Muslim. I am a Muslim. Abuse of Islam by this regime to the benefit of the genocidal Zionism state.
It's not to the benefit of the Zionists. You're blowing Zionists up right now. Or which world do you live in?
Again, conspiracy theory. Need backup?
So what, you think Iran is a controlled opposition? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Iran is
not really what he meant. He said like Iran is being controlled by Zionists and this Shias, like the government.
No, you didn't say that.
Shias, they are.
The regime in Iran,
I've heard these conspiracy theories more than millions of times.
the regime in Iran and the genocidal regime in Israel need one another as enemy. They are interdependent.
Give me one example and one document that it says Iran is being ruled by Zionists. That they're getting infiltrated by the Zionists.
Ahmadinejad, for example. Why did Netanyahu say Ahmadinejad is the best thing that has happened to
It was sus, but again, because one person in the government say something else, that doesn't mean the entire government ruling and getting infiltrated by them.
The regime stole the vote of Mir Hossein Mousavi and gave it to Ahmadinejad.
Again, conspiracy theories.
Israel.
Again, because first off, you cannot back up that they were stealing the votes. Second of all,
Yes,
when you
stole the vote. If they had not stolen the vote, they would have had a second internationally monitored elections in 19.
So you want every single country that they have an election, the international should come and monitor the election.
No, but they're talking about a government in Iran. I want a government that is loved by its own people as opposed to hated.
Not let the international entity comes and then watch and monitor the election process.
No, there are ways of having a real clean election. But the regime in Iran.
And let's say hypothetically you're right, because we don't have the lawful election, that means that we are being infiltrated by that.
No, I am saying that you need the genocide.
You're connecting to these different things. You're reaching.
Your regime needs the Netanyahu, the genocidal Netanyahu, as an enemy. Your regime was happy about the genocide of people in Gaza.
Making no sense.
Yes, I am. And you know that.
Yeah, in your mind, yeah. But back in your conspiracy theory, I've heard that so many times.
You are a hypocrite.
How is he monarchic if his religious leader died for fighting for Palestinians?
This leader served Israel for 37 years.
You're looking right now. Mustafa, you're not making sense.
Yes, I am making
Contradicting
sense.
yourself.
And you know it,
So you served Israel for 47 years only to be killed by Israelis?
you are Haram Lokne Zari. And
You couldn't work out.
you are Haram Lokne Zari and Arab.
Let's not curse at each other, please. Come on, Mustafa, you old man. Zari, she's very young.
This regime,
I'm 12 years old and you're 13.
You're wrong, man. I have to kick you out of the room, bro. You have to be over the age of 18 to be in this room, bro.
I'm 18 and a half.
this regime is as Islamic. The regime in Iran is as Islamic as the genocidal regime.
Mustafa, I have a question for you. How many people inside Iran support the regime?
20%.
So, what about the rest of the aid? Do you support Reza Pahlavi to come inside?
No. That traitor to Iran.
Yeah. So my question to you, the next question to you, Mustafa, is what is the solution?
The solution is a real election in Iran. The solution is a referendum where the people of Iran are asked in a free, real.
If the regime doesn't want to leave, if the regime wants to be in there, how do you get rid of the regime?
The regime can be transformed. If it was a must,
are you open to being a reformist?
Let me answer the question.
Sure.
That question, let me answer it. I am not for regime change. I am for regime transformation.
Are you open to the idea of being a reformist?
I am called a reformist. I am a supporter of Taibzadeh, who is in Evin prison to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu. Mustafa Taibzadeh has been in Evin prison. Right now, he's back in solitary confinement, and that's exactly what the genocidal Netanyahu loves.
Why is he in there?
For the regime in Iran to be so horrible.
He was the opposition to the current regime, right, Mustafa?
I am a non-violent opposition.
No, I'm talking about the guy that's in jail. He was opposition to the current regime, right?
No, he wasn't. He was part of the. He was a assistant minister of interior. He was.
Repeat after me. My God, cannot believe.
I am sick and tired of death to this and death to that. That's a cult of death. The regime in Iran is a cult of death.
Mustafa, why did he get locked up? Mustafa, why did he get locked up?
Because he said the regime in Iran stole the vote from and gave to the puppet of Israel, the spy of Israel, Ahmadinejad, the vote of Mir Hossein.
Ahmadinejad was his name is on Epstein files.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, but he was a Zionist spy. He is a Zionist. And his votes were stolen in 2009. And Mir Hossein Mousavi is under house arrest for 15 years. And that's exactly what the regime, that's what the genocidal Israeli regime loves.
So right now, do you support the government, or are you do you support the government getting attacked by America?
Hell no. I am supporting the people in Iran, the soldiers of Iran that are resisting the savage attack by U.S. and Israel.
To be honest, I like your stance, but the thing is, you are going too far with the conspiracy theory. I'm also a reformist, to be honest, but I don't go too far saying like all of them are like spies or agents of.
Tell me what conspiracy theory? What conspiracy?
You're saying like the entire government like getting infiltrated by the Zionism and the Zionist agents.
Yeah, you don't listen to what I say. I am saying that the regime in Iran needs the genocidal regime in Israel as an enemy. Do you understand what that means?
So why
They don't need it. They have their
Yes, relax. Take a chill.
People in Iran, you can be relaxed. I am in exile in the United States against my will, and the people of Iran are being bombed. Shame on you for being relaxed. Shame on you for not giving a damn about the country of Iran that is.
You can't make your point like you did, but you shouldn't be so angry at every single person.
I care about human beings. Therefore, as a 68-year-old man with high blood pressure, I care about my Iran. I care about real Islam.
I love that, but here's the thing: you shouldn't be.
Regime is
so pissed off.
This
You're talking. No one is decision maker here in this room. We are all talking.
Islam to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu.
You don't get the point. I said we are not a decision maker here. We are all like here talking.
So Mustafa.
So giving a country.
Hang on a second, brother. Hang on. So you're saying after the so-called war is over, right? you want them to set up a box, and everybody chimes in, and and let the people put in the ballot, right?
Yes.
And then if the majority of them don't support this regime, they need to go and then bring somebody else, right?
That's called a democratic transition.
Mm-hmm. Do you want the whole system overhaul, or do you want some parts? It's okay, they can stay.
The referendum. Look, the referendum can have several questions. One of them is whether the people want to maintain the current constitution and make reforms. Another question can be: do you want this regime, the constitution, to be replaced by a democratic and secular constitution? And this is the people. It's the right of the Iranian
Pritzker
people.
said she was just a late-term abortion caused by sorrowing a future American citizen.
I mean, look, Razapal,
Barely
if you read it,
and Aaron the Marbury getting everywhere.
I know, but hear me out. He wrote it in his book that he wants to be a transitional body. Do you believe him?
No, I don't. He is a Zionist traitor to Iran.
He's a Zionist puppet, yeah.
Yeah, he's a Zionist traitor to Iran who is doing exactly what the regime needs. The regime built him, this regime of Khamenei built the Reza Pahlavi in order to then suppress its own people in the name that you are a Zionist agent. And Netanyahu says, good job, Khamenei, we love you.
If they love them so much, why they kill them? They let him to rule the country, so they benefit them.
They need them as enemy. Apparently, you don't understand what Dr. Mossadegh said. Dr. Mossadegh said internal despotism and external colonialism.
You said they love to see that the Khamenei is in place, and then he's their puppet. So why they kill him? If everything was good.
Because they wanted Moshtaba Khamenei to come and take over. Because they need a monster. A new monster.
Wait, what?
A young.
They want to replace his son with his dad. They have the same agenda, same policy.
Wanted a monarchy.
Now you see you're not making sense now.
Well, see, when I tell the truth, you say I'm not making sense.
Because you're going too far with it.
Your luqma is haram, Arash.
I don't guess it's like that, Al-Mushaba. I'm probably with you when you are trying to say the despotic regime and, colonial powers are stranded or complementary and they feed each other. But up until this point, I'm with you. But when you enter to kind of fantasy world and the kind of they killed because they planned, and then it started to shake for me.
Exactly, you lost me there when you started this conspiracy theories.
7 was a planned operation of Israel. Israel created Hamas in order to turn the conflicts in the region into religious conflict. And
so, Mustafa, are you saying, brother, are you saying that it was a plan of regime to, kill the leader, right?
They wanted, the regime under they had the Zionist puppet called Reza Pahlavi told them that that regime is going to fall. And they knew that the regime was not going to fall. They wanted the criminal Netanyahu said for 40 years, I've been dreaming about attacking Iran. And he wanted to implement the last country in the region that has not been devastated.
So, let me ask you, Mustafa.
Because the criminal, the genocidal Netanyahu and his cult in Israel, they want to extend from the Nile River to the Euphrates River. In order to implement that plan, they needed to attack Iran. In order to attack it. And when they attacked Iran, they said, okay, Khamenei is going to go, but the purpose of Israel was to create a failed state in Iran.
Are we going to talk about the political between Israel?
Thank you for coming. Thank you, trolls. Sit in the audience like scum as you are. Each one of them. So
Israel had wanted a failed state in Iran, and by killing Khamenei and replacing him by his son, they have created a failed state, and they want to implement a civil war.
Hang on a second. Can you walk me through the steps? So, since when they've been planning to, get the leader assassinated? Like, how long? 5 years? 3 years? 1 year?
We have been talking. The genocidal Netanyahu has been dreaming about this for.
No, I'm talking about the regime. How did the regime decide that we got to get him assassinated so we can get more, the ratings can go up? When did they decide? I'm talking about the Iranian regime.
Oh, the Iranian regime doesn't give a damn about the ratings. The Iranian.
Why would they get him assassinated? I mean, they're working with Israel.
Saying that the regime in Israel needed Khamenei to be killed in order to strengthen the worst of that regime, the right wingers in that regime, so that they would begin a civil war.
So here's the thing, Mustafa. So I want to debunk your argument. So let's say we would see like a regime change, and then Khamenei or Mustafa are not going to be in power. So how are they gonna?
I want regime transformation. They don't want regime change.
So let's say it happened, like overnight, people come to the street and they'll do the regime change.
No,
so that's so risky for them.
This criminal regime in Iran loves to massacre his own people to the delight of the genocidal Netanyahu.
Bro, what you're saying, like, you want, because you say, first of all, like, the Khamenei is an agent, and then you say Mustafa is also an agent, but they started a war that could lead to regime change. So why do you want to take this risk?
The Khamenei regime needs the genocidal regime in Israel as an enemy. Do you understand what that means? That's what Dr. Mossadegh said.
Mossadegh said something else. It is about colonialism and internal despotism, and that applies. Yes, is to perpetually feed each other and create a vicious cycle that makes a kind of complementary dualism and despotism and colonialism, especially in the developing world. It's a true relationship. But then the territory that you take, or you take this out of context, bro. You're saying I'm a little bit lost to make sense of it. Like, I didn't get that Khamenei made Israel, or Israel made Khamenei, and then Israel told Khamenei to be killed. You're losing me at some point,
Okay, let me explain. Okay, and I'll try to.
Oh, it's always like that. The passenger footsteps, the drive. Yep.
Hey, I'm wondering if you could explain the title to me. Hello? 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 Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, can you explain the title of the room to me? Hello?
Yeah, what's going on?
Hello?
Hey, buddy.
I ain't your buddy, pal. Running for mayor. And you got your title backwards. Earth is the non-duality. Hello?
Oh, you're running for mayor.
Come May 1st, I'll be a candidate for mayor of Chicago. Hello?
You said Earth is non-duality. No, I doubt that.
Oh, so it means Earth is duality. Okay, sure. If you say so. That's why I asked if anybody can explain what Earth is duality, but nobody could do it because it's a little challenging. But you were close, but it's actually the opposite. Earth is non-duality. Hello? Well, All you got to know is that non-duality versus duality. Everybody thinks that the non-duality is a gnosis, but the real non-duality is just the way things are, your everyday life. So the enlightenment is just opening up a Coca-Cola and having a chicken shawarma sandwich. Hello?
Well, that's the easy answer, but not the accurate answer. But it's the popular. Yeah.
I mean, it's everything. It's before you go to sleep and you jerk off and then you go to sleep. Like, it's a lot of things. It's not just one thing. It's a lot of things.
I did it. All one. So you be attracting some of the most boy.
So.
What the hell?
Oh my God.
Son, he came in there at you.
He kicked us.
Hey, what?
Put that in his on my.
Yeah, we did. Swindle's a bitch, yeah. Y'all know. Y'all scared of a nigga named Gregory. Gregory.
Y'all took Swindle's stride.
A nigga named Gregory. His name not Swindle. His name is Gregory.
I'm not the only motherfucker that took his shit.
Yeah, I ain't never been over.
Oh, yeah.
You got some.
But here's the thing. A lot of people don't realize this about Latin America. So when it comes to the rhythm and the percussion, so a lot of Latin American music, a lot of you guys might not realize this if you don't know much about music, but it's like I'm kind of making a sound you can't. You can't tell why does that sound unique, but it's like they call them like triceros, the way the drum pattern goes with the kick and the snare drum, and how they play the chords, which you can often get percussion instruments in between the beats, and you get so for example, if you look at Mexican music, you look at Caribbean music, even South American and Central American music. What they have a drum and rhythm pattern that has largely been, even though they have a very small population of Black people, those drum patterns they have an African influence basically, and it's which is weird. A lot of people a lot of people who might not have an ear for it, but they'll see Africans that are I guess what you would call primitive, that live in literal huts made of like straw and grass, playing these drum patterns, but there's like a level of intricacy there that.
What the fuck?
Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills.
The Pepe Retribution Tour, the Pepe Rehabilitation Tour.
To work as he will. To play as he will. To rest as he will. To die when how he will. Man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth.
Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will. For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he
Has the right to kill those who would want these rights. The saints shall serve. God is fifty love. Love is the law. Man has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. A man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth.
Free man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will,
To write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, etch, mold, build as he will, to dress as he
For man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he
Backstreet Boys out the fucking Botox, labs, bro. That shit, Backstreet will go. If they did like a Backstreet NSYNC, Britney Spears mashup, they would because that's our generation. You know what I mean? Like that's the
Backstreet Boys sold out at HSBC Arena back in the day. I had to drive, the girls there to go see them. And, like mom and dad, I grew up with them, and I'm just watching it through the screen, and I brought all their friends. It sold shocked. And it wasn't just sold out by like little girls or teenage girls. It was sold out by all the moms. Like they were literally there. They were crying. They were still like jumping up and down. And I was like, oh my God. And you could see all the dads were all sitting there in the TV rooms just watching it, watching the concert. And then the games were on. So of course we were watching the games. But you were just like, oh, for fuck's sake. All of us men were sitting there just going, I can't believe I'm going to spend the next 2.5, 3 hours with this going on. Listening to Backstreet Boys.
I tell my bitch no. I tell her, maybe that's why I'm still single and I have kids, but I'd be like, look, we're just not compatible. You want to listen to this shit for several hours? Like fuck you. I'm not doing it.
Yeah, and when you have teenage girls, you realize that, you know what?
Well, well, you signed up for it at that point.
Yeah, well, I always say this. Any man will die for his son, but a dad of a little girl will literally burn down the world for her. There is something different between that little princess when she clasps your pinky and you look down at her for the first time. You realize that you would literally set the world on fire to protect her.
It's weird. I have 2 nieces, no nephews, but yeah, I do for whatever reason find myself like what do you want to do, gorgeous? And then she's like, I want you to date Uncle. I'm not gonna say my real name, but I said, okay, yeah, let's do that. And then I'm it's like gosh, this is gonna sound weird. Not a simp, but like I'm just like, oh yeah, whatever make you happy. It's just like this cute little my cute little nieces. I don't know.
Dude, that's how I ended up having like 5 chickens, 2 turtles, an axolotl, an assortment of fish, 5 birds of various types, 4 cats, 4 dogs. I mean, you do those sort of things. Granted, we had no TV. We had a lot of books, but I made sure that there was no TV for God until they were, I want to say, it was 9. I think 9 when we first got the TV.
Hey, since we're talking,
So it should be either
is the means for bringing democracy to Iran?
Look,
It's not a state of Israel. It's interesting.
Has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. The man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he Man has the right to kill those who would. For these rights the slaves shall serve. L58, love is the law. Love under will. Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way.
Okay, this is an advertisement by Preckwinkle. Recently re-won the County Board.
To work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. Has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and scroll. Build as he will, to dress as he will. The man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. Man has the right to kill those who would. For these rights the slaves shall serve. L58, love is the law. Love under will. Man has the right to live by his own law. To live in the way that he wills to do. To work as he will,
And just like
yet.
They sit back and say, well, okay, seems to be good, but we've been around 3,000 years, so we're not going to knee-jerk this. They look at America, 250 years, and they're like, their balls haven't even fucking dropped yet, and they're strutting around going, we figured it all out. Yeah, Persia and China are like, well, okay, youngin', but we've been around for a couple thousand years, right? Like, we're not going to knee-jerk this shit. We're going to think this through.
Yeah. All these cultures, they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. Like, there's nobody could ever doubt that the United States has the greatest geography in the entire world. The geography just makes the United States, Canada, and Mexico like the very center in the fucking world. You go off the right side, you get to Europe. You go off the left side, and you head into Asia.
Yeah, how dare you? How dare you? You demon. You know what, Perk? God damn it.
I firmly disagree with all of you. I firmly disagree with all of you. The center of the world is California. Period. But we'll never get invaded either. Those oceans are big. Exactly. California will never get invaded, except for maybe by 10.
Yeah.
No, that's true. The United States will never ever be invaded. It's 100%.
How dare all of you? Tell that to the poor victims in Pearl Harbor. Tell that to the family of 5 who died from a Japanese bomb in northwestern America during World War II. How dare you? How dare you suggest America will never be invaded?
That's not an invasion, though. That's not an invasion, Cypher. That was an attack. That's barely an attack. Pearl Harbor was pretty big. That was a big damage. We lose more people to school shootings. We lose more people to heart attacks per week. But, okay, Pearl Harbor was flashy, but come on. We kill ourselves way better than that.
But you know what I think will happen? Because everybody does want to move here. I think in about 100 years, our North American population density will go up quite a bit, and we will mature. And I think we might mature into a very sophisticated, very, very interesting culture. I'm not saying that we're not interesting now, but it's different.
That's where I think performer. I don't think we're gonna. We're getting dumber by the fucking week.
100%. And also, when you say that North America is just like the best geographical, whatever, what you're saying, let me tell you this. You realize that you can pray in any direction and directly be praying to Mecca. Like, you realize we're on a globe, right? Like, we're like, sure, if you have one opinion, you got to point in this way and pray to Mecca, but the reality is that we're on a fucking globe. You can pray in any direction. You're literally directly praying towards Mecca.
Mecca's cool. Mecca's cool, but have you been to Yosemite? Like, Yosemite is way more impressive than Mecca.
The Japanese kanji for the United States is beautiful country. Like the writing of it. Because they said when the Japanese, when they opened up during the Meiji Restoration, they sent tons of people into the United States to Harvard and Yale and all, and then stay a couple of years. This was like in 1860 something, and they said it was the most beautiful country they ever saw. So if you deconstruct the kanji for the United States, it means country and beautiful. That's it. It's true. I think the United States has the best geography in the world.
Most people have a single country, like more than 30 miles outside their home. Yeah. It's changing now a little bit, but it's not as. Dude, I used to I'll just leave it at that. It's like I haven't seen much of the U.S.
Oh man, I haven't been there for a long time. I gotta go. A store in Naples, Florida might take some of my perfumes. Maybe I'll bring my wife down there. I heard it's beautiful.
So I could, oh man, if I were to guess, I think I've probably been to like less than 20 American states, but frequently visited, right? And also there are still places in Canada, certain provinces that I haven't visited, right? But one thing, because you mentioned perfume about the Japanese characters, right? Their language. Something that's fascinating, and I'm sorry, I don't want to divert the conversation, but the development of the Chinese language keyboard has everything to do why China is fucking killing everyone in technology today. It was something that happened in 1976. This dude, Chu Fu, developed this method, because you have to understand, like, how do you fucking, America's coming with keyboards and this new thing, the computer, and Chinese people just cannot.
Wait a second. Was his name actually Chu Fu?
Yes, it was. Nice. It was Chu.
His name was Chu Fu.
His name was Long Don.
Chu Feng.
Long Don.
How dare you? How dare you? Ching Cheng Tong at demons. His name was Chu Fu. You can check this. And it basically says, hey, how do we take these thousands of characters, like somewhere between 2,000 and 5,000 characters, and break it down to a keyboard that you can type on, right? So he comes up with this idea of, like, let's break it down to, like, the roots. Right, and then in '83, this dude Wang Yongmin comes up with a system that breaks that into literally a QWERTY layout. Wow! So Chinese people learned how to fucking type on this, and they could actually type faster than people who were typing on QWERTY keyboards in the West, and that like had a massive influence.
Oh, I gotta look this up now.
It's fucking fascinating. It's nerdy as fuck, but like the development of the Chinese keyboard had such a massive role.
Oh no, this is the stuff I like.
The Chinese being able to access technology and it's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
But let me say this. Everybody's born right-handed. It's clearly only the best of us that overcome it.
Oh, are you lefty? Yeah.
Left elbows up. Yeah.
Yeah.
7% of the population, brother.
That's what I hate about studying Japanese. I gotta go to Kyoto in the fall. By the way, if any of you guys ever have extra money, go to fucking Kyoto City in the fall. Just look it up. It's unfucking believable. So gorgeous. It's so gorgeous.
Now Canada is the best geography. You fucking demon. You've traveled.
Ontario's nice in the fall. That's true. That's true. Yeah.
I'll say this, and this is why everything you said about Canada being like or North America being like the geocentric best. Like, dude, Saskatchewan versus Tokyo, fucking Saskatchewan versus Thailand, Saskatchewan versus. Are you kidding me? Right?
I'm just talking about warfare. You know, like nobody can invade us, right?
Except for Canadians and Mexicans and Floridians.
Very, very small.
You gotta be afraid of the Floridians.
Florida man. Have you been to Naples? It looks really nice. Kind of one of these rich resort places, I guess. So, so I gotta go to Japan in the fall. I better study now until the fall. Go see my in-laws.
I recommend you book with WestJet out of Calgary. Those flights are fucking crazy cheap right now.
I got it.
Yeah, it's insane. But also, you're not going to have to wait for 5 hours to get on the airplane because you live in Canada, right? Perfect.
Yeah.
And you know, neither here nor there, but like today, we had the first deployment of ICE agents in American airports. Killing it, by the way. I saw some of the footage. They're just killing it.
Did they fuck up already?
No, they're
literally standing around doing nothing.
Well, that's awesome. Hold on, Romero. They're snacking, and they're drinking water, and they're walking around, and then they're taking breaks, and they're getting paid. And also, Romero, they're also 5 or 6 of them are in bulletproof vests are watching TSA agents. Not many, because most of them have quit. But they're watching the few that are there who managed to find a way to work even though they haven't been paid for the last 30 days or 40 days. And God knows, they live paycheck to paycheck. They're not billionaires like politicians who are refusing to do their jobs.
Man, that's so
paychecks. It's insane. Yeah. So you see this footage of these 6 ICE agents drinking their water bottles and just standing there watching the one TSA 6-year-old woman busting her ass trying to get these fucking people who've been waiting in line for 5 hours to get on a fucking plane. Right? And the reason why it matters, at least to me and maybe Perf, and probably not to you guys, is that the 2 Canadian pilots that died in the LaGuardia aircraft, right? Yeah, it's so fucking crazy. So the head of the Canadian National Air Safety Board was trying to get our specialists to the airport so that we could investigate what the fuck happened and why our 2 Canadian pilots.
Right, yeah.
And we had to pull in fucking papers in order to get our experts on the fucking plane because the airport they were in America had a 4-hour fucking wait and they were going to miss their fucking flight to get to LaGuardia to investigate the death of those 2 Canadian pilots.
Oh man, that happens everywhere though, bro. Like it's
But does it though?
Yeah. I mean, Canada's not. Listen to this arrogant guy. Canada's all sorts of fucked up many different ways as well, guys. A million percent. The problem with our country is that we can't get anything done. We can't get anything done.
Okay, you fucking American CIA plant trader. Tell me, no, please. In French, you fucking, God knows you can't fucking do it in French.
I can't speak French.
No, obviously, because you're a fucking American CIA plant. But no, tell me, trader, what's so much better in America? Go ahead, list 5.
The weather.
5.
The weather.
Oh, dude.
The beaches.
Vancouver.
Oh my god, fuck it, dude. That's 7 months of constant rain. It's as bad as Seattle, dude. No way. No American in his right mind says, Jesus, I'm going to move to Seattle for the great weather. That's one. Number 2, choices. Like in Canada, we've got like 3 things to choose from for everything. We've got like 3, what do we got? 3 internet providers. Yeah. 3 parties. Well, we've got more parties in the States. No, we're just so limited with our choices of food, of housing, of places to live. We've got like so many fewer towns, so many fewer landscapes. Like, yeah, we've got all sorts of different landscapes between like cold and fucking die from, yeah.
It's not our fault that you guys don't have enough babies. All right, you guys need to get on it.
Yeah, and it's gonna be Canada-stan, it's Punjabi is now the second language. I don't have a problem with that. I like the Punjabis, but nah, man. I don't even know what it is to be Canadian. Like, I wonder what holds the country together.
Hockey and Degrassi.
Yeah, but it's not even like that. It's like, fuck. I don't even know what it is. Like, when I go to Japan, I know what Japanese is. Right? When you go to Canada, you're going to be what?
Well, the North American countries of the United States and Canada both are defined by a lack of any one specific culture, right? And like American culture is, I don't know, honey packets at KFC that says this is not honey.
We got the same thing though. We just got less of it.
Yeah,
like so, America's small.
Yeah, but a lack of particular culture is the defining culture of the United States.
But where I would argue, where I would argue the delta between our America and Canada is that America kind of locked in on this like white God anti.
Yeah. We don't even have white God in Canada.
No, but here's the difference, right? Is that when immigrants come, every way.
Actually, this is where you do stupid bullshit. Because nobody was talking about the Jews, you goddamn retard.
No,
But you know what you did? You know what you did? You did something terrible. It's something so horrible. I'm just moving to the audience. Nobody's talking about juice in this fucking space, you retard. I was talking about how people will essentialize certain things like they are the utmost importance. Now, imagine you're a Catholic. Imagine what it's your religion. Imagine it's your race. Imagine it's your ethnic background or your nation of origin. It doesn't matter. People essentialize things. And to some extent, they could be right. That is, for them, that is of the primary importance, but very rarely is that one identity going to encompass everything that is important. That is where the shit kind of breaks down. And so if you are an American, and let's just say, like myself, do I think that we should have somewhat more of a homogenous identity? Yes. Do I think that a lot of the things the far left would even the center left would promote amongst us is healthy? No. But do I think that my race is the most important thing? Or, by the way, I'm not a religious person, but that you being Catholic is the most important thing? No. Do I put anything in, and will I ever put my eggs all in one basket? No. But what happens with extremists is that they do put their eggs all in one fucking basket. And like, how do you actually make shit run with these kinds of fucking people? You don't. Imagine you had nothing but extremists from whether it was racial, ethnic, religious, extremists. These people will never come together. And,
notice how Pepe never mentioned the Jews one time, but HX did say he did.
Are you done? Like, Pepe is so...
I didn't say anything about Jews.
I know, the whole time.
The Jews did this, the Jews did that.
You didn't say anything about the Jews. Talking shit about the Jews, I was.
Yep, I didn't say anything about the Jews. I literally.
But you know what, Pepe? And this is what I try to explain to people all the time. They're like, "Oh, you Jews are like the blacks." Whenever I say nigger, you Jews do the same thing whenever we say kike. And I'm like, the reality is, yeah, you're gonna find some sensitive faggots like BB and stuff like that that are like, "Oh, he called me the K word. Oh no!" But like, the reality is, most Jews don't give a shit. You know why? Because we're fucking successful. We work hard, and we're intelligent enough to know that words are just fucking words. And the reality is, we are on fucking top. So go fuck yourself. We don't care.
Well, and that's the weird thing is like, I've never like disliked Jews, and there's black. Yes, you get this minority of black people that are absolutely problematic, and you get, in addition to that, a minority of
we don't like the Hasidic Jews, and we don't like
hold on. Okay, that's fine. I don't care about Hasidic Jews.
No, I'm just saying like the liberal cuck Jews, the secular Jews. Nobody likes them anyway.
Well, I don't necessarily care about them either. But okay, so you're going to get. God damn, dude, you made me lose my fucking point. Holy shit.
Your point starts in the beginning. That's why you lost it.
Shut up, Frank. You're a fucking bootlicker if I've ever met one, dude. You're such a pussy.
Boy, you're such a dumb cunt. The Tucker Carlson type. Dumb cunt.
Tucker Carlson type.
Arrogant. Stupid, arrogant. All this like the Jews.
I wasn't talking about Jews in this conversation, you fucking retard.
Yeah, you were.
No, I was literally talking about.
Yeah, you were, bro. Everybody.
No, I had to move him down. I was literally talking about how you have people. Okay, and it's really funny, and this is where people are so similar to each other. Is that if you look at, since he mentioned Jews, you have like every political ideology Jews have, that we have, Jews have. But when it comes to the in-group preference, or I would even say you can go from supremacy to absolute, like they're just a bunch of fucking hippies. They have it. It's the same with like fucking Mexicans. It's the same with people from Russia. It's the same with people from all over the world. And you know, it's not uniquely a Jewish problem. Where what I would say though that like in America, it was like which Jews were coming to the United States after, particularly after the 1900s. We did get a lot of the most educated, radical Jews that came in at that point. For the most part, most Jews that came here, they, starting particularly in the 1800s, but they've been here since the beginning. They were, kind of like, the real variation you would see between the two is whether or not
Lebanon Palestinians, they can live in peace without that piece of shit Israel. Anyhow, this situation regarding the Nelson Mandela is not just Nelson Mandela. It's a Gandhi, it is a Reza Pahlavi. Approximately, I would say, in and around 5-6 years ago, he came, he said, I compare myself, I think of myself like a Nelson Mandela. And this shit that is here is comparing it is the same shit that Reza Pahlavi was chewing in his mouth. That's what that he compared himself for. Shut your mic off, Kay. He compared himself for Nelson Mandela, and then he compared himself for Gandhi, and then he came to the Iranian people and said, "Accept me as your representative." And then it became, and I said, look at me as like a father. Every time he maneuvers around, comes up with different type of area. At the end of the day, he is a puppet of Israel. The Israel. And as I've said before in here, I am the guy in Toronto. You can look at my profile. I used to create demonstration. At the most, we would have demonstration of 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 people. And one time we had in the Women Lives Freedom, we had approximately 70,000 people. And from this many demonstration, we had in Toronto 50 people. I can count their names. I can say their names. Count them in my hand. 50 people wouldn't be that he had supporters in Toronto. Okay? And because he knew his father was brought by United States coup to Iran. His grandfather was sent in by England to Iran. So Iranian people, they know this history. And inside Iran, Mossad had planned their members, their people inside Iran. So they knew they were going to kill Iranian people. Mossad agents, they were prepared to kill Iranian people, to bring Iranian feelings that, Iranian government is killing. No, even Mossad started. So they asked him, he announced that you guys come out this time. That's what the announcement was. Mossad is beside you. Mike Pompeo said that. Netanyahu said that. All the official Israelis said that. Mossad is beside you. And then the people, of course, Iranian people, no doubt about it. They don't like the government. They have hard feelings with the government. All that, no denial. And I am one that I am against this government. I'm talking like this. I'm not a Iranian government stooges at all.
Wait, you're not?
But I would say, yes.
I can't believe you're saying this. You used to go to like sheikhs' houses and like harass them.
Yes, that's me. Yes, that's me. I'm not denying.
This guy, bro, Amir, this guy used to go out knocking on the sheikh, like Shia sheikhs' doors and be like, "That's my country."
Yeah, that's me.
How this
I'm not denying.
Yeah, actually, I was in this because
you're not a fan of this?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I used to be panelist up to 2018. After that, I was against him because I knew what a son of a bitch he is. And then what I used to...
I'm sorry?
Are you a reformist that you want to see reform within the current government?
I am, yes, I am a reformist to the point that Iranian government, I don't care whoever stays in there, they should look into corruption, like billions of dollars.
I want to know to what extent.
What do you mean to what extent?
So you want to see that the regime is toppled, or you want to have a reform within the government?
At this time, I don't want the regime to topple. No, at this time, I want Iranian, a decent, a young generation that they don't want to steal. They would have monitored the Iranian funds, and they would have stand with people and with the vote of the Iranian people to be in there. If at this time, if the regime topples right now, you are not going to have any Iran left. Iran is gone.
Hold on, I can't believe I'm hearing you say this. Like you're the last person I'd ever think you would ever say. Like, what really made you like change about this? Like, what is it? Israel? Is it like the crimes that they've done? Like, what's like made you change your stance so firmly?
From the 12 Days War, I changed. From the 12 Days War, I stood with. I know the war is between my country, our country of Iran, and Israel. Not government to government. They wanna take Iran. They wanna break Iran down. They wanna destroy Iran. And for the reason that I have been fighting all this time for my country, for my people, for our people, for freedom of our people, for better life in Iran for our people. I was not fighting to I become the president. No, I was not doing that for that. I was not fighting for anyone to become the Shah. I was fighting for the best that happens in Iran. I was fighting for millions of dollars, billions of dollars of people's money was funneling out of the country. I was fighting to prevent that, which I did. I did a lot of it. But at this time, when the 12 Days War came along, I knew what's happening because I was involved with this Israeli situation. I knew what's going on. Please don't open your mic. I knew what they are doing. A lot of people don't have an idea what they are doing. They were after me, 2020, they asked me to burn the Quran down in downtown Toronto because they said you are famous and this and that. We will look after you. I said, no, I'm not going to do that. They asked me to carry on the Israeli flag. I said, no, I will not do that. Israel is not my country. My country is Iran. And we had so many meetings with my people, with them. And like they tried in every angle that they could come through, I refused. And I will refuse. I stand with Iran. Right now, I plowed. Right now, I plowed. I repeat it again. I plowed all Iranian forces that they are defending our country. I don't care is it Basij, I don't care is it Sepah, I don't care is it mandatories or soldiers, whoever is that they are there. They are helping, they are right now fighting for our country. They are standing together and I applaud them. And I am proud of them.
So Nasser, let me make sure I heard you correctly. You said some.
I'm sorry. I don't hear your voice.
You broke out, Sheep. You broke out.
He's gone.
Let's keep it in English, please. English.
They're saying
that he's a man of a high dignity. That
he changed his position. There's a lot of them that change their position due to the war.
This is very important. Like, he's saying, basically, he's giving us the inside track, right? And it's exposing what's actually going on here. So, which is hate of Islam. That's what this boils down to. It doesn't boil down to freedom for Iran. When you have mosques being burned, Qurans being burned, and people cheering for bombs falling on their own country. What kind of fucking world are we living in now, where people want their own country to be bombed? It's fucking ridiculous.
This is
that's why
unfortunate.
shapeshifter. That's why America need to decolonize Middle East as soon as they can. It's not good for us.
But hopefully, Iran is gonna come out of this situation, and it's not gonna go down. And I am willing to go die for my country, to be honest with you. And I don't think that right now everything is mixed up. I don't know even if I go, they will allow me to enter my country. And my heart is broken for my country people, for our people, that they are getting slaughtered by the bombs that falling in their head, and some idiot motherfucking piece of shits are bragging about it, that our country should get bombed. This motherfucking piece of shit, Reza Pahlavi, I named him Pahlavi now, even in Iran International, underneath, by mistake, they wrote it Pahlavi, his name, and I haven't interrupted. Honest to God, Pahlavi, Pokh means shit. In Turkish language, it means shit. That's what Pokh means. And by mistake, they wrote that. And this motherfucker goes to Trump in English.
Person for your people, Jack. Like, imagine all the people that want to be nice to the purple, black skin
people are private property. That's how you. Objectively, that's just it. And I would just. Well, what I'm saying is. Do you justify these activists coming in and rescuing these dogs and stealing these people's dogs, taking them? They're all gone now. These people that have this.
10,000 gone. I open my Facebook, gone. I opened another one, bang, gone. I opened another one.
Hang on a second. I'll give you the mic because I want to see the little pushback that you're going to give it. Just hang on a second. Let him finish. And then, Nasser, if you can finish it up in a minute, brother. And then I'm going to give it to Velvet. He's going to give you some pushback on it.
Sure, just a minute. I don't want to fucking talk to that fucking bastard piece of shit. Those people, they should not be fucking allowed. I don't want to waste my time with them. I don't want to even hear that motherfucker. Another thing is, the Iranian government right now, they announced $50,000 for whomever they come, they call up, they say who Mossad members in Iran. And then Iranian government should give them $1,000. Right now, if they do that, they will arrest all those bastards that they are killing innocent people so they can show, Separi killed them or Fitch killed them or whatever. Right now, still they are killing our country, these motherfuckers. Thank you.
Good job, man. Good job.
So, before we go, I'll give you 1 minute to give a little pushback on it, and then I'm going to go to the next person. Because, that way doesn't turn into echo chamber. Go on, sir.
Yeah, of course. So first, regarding the whole comparison with Nelson Mandela, because people were saying that, no, we can't use them in the same sentence, which is, stupid, obviously. But I would accept that. Let's compare him to another evil person whose name was Khomeini, right? Khomeini regime, he urged people to take to the streets.
Shit is 1,000 times.
He urged people. No, shut up. By the way, you are being. Be very careful.
Can you tell him not to insult? Can you tell him not to insult?
Okay. Do me a favor, not to insult, because there's some people here, they support it, so let's keep it civilized, Robert, okay? Alright, so let's
warn them when they Reza Pahlavi. I mean, why don't you warn them? He said whatever he wanted to have a Bible. The devil was an evil person. He was a demonic creator. Anyway, he urged people to resist against Shah. Okay? And
in particular, 87 people got killed in Jale Square. 87 people got murdered. Who was responsible? Who was responsible? Who was responsible?
I wasn't at square at that time. I was a child.
Nasser, stop coming off the mic. I'll give you the mic after he's done. Do not come off the mic.
When you're provoked, 87 people just in that particular case, also people got killed. 87 people got killed in Jale Square, what we call as, many Iranians call as Black Friday. Who fought for those people being killed? Shah Khomeini. It was Shah. Anyone who killed people, the person who is responsible. That's the point I'm making.
Fucking Shah killed my cousin.
That's the point I'm making. You get 10 minutes of uninterrupted speech to us. Again, I remind you, not there. You are being recorded, okay? You need to be careful. In particular, because you might be considered a terrorist supporter. IRGC has been designated as a terrorist organization in the US, in Canada, in Europe, and Australia. Okay? Be careful not to.
The NATO is terrorist.
I will end with this. Anyone who kills people, that's the only person who should be blamed and held. Period.
Can I jump in the queue? Can I say something?
Wait, it's my turn. So I want to give it to Sayed really quick, and then I'll come to you in a second.
Can I have the mic for a minute? Ali?
I want to get Sayed. Sayed is
my cousin. Listen, at that day, my cousin got killed, 3 bullets on his chest, and the Iranian army was the one shooting at the Meydan Jale Square. Meydan Jale is above the Meydan Khorasan. Khorasan Square is above that. So I know exactly where it is. I know what happened at that time. These stupid idiots, they have memorized something from the Pahlavi stories that they brought the Palestinians shoot the Iranian people. Shut the fuck up, you motherfucker. And you are allowing him, he's threatening me that he's recording my voice. You can go to Sunday and record whatever the fuck you want, motherfucker.
Well, the recording, turn it off. He didn't give you consent to record it, okay? Just turn it off. So if you're done, Nasser, I'm going to give it to Sayed. Go and say it.
I appreciate what I apologize for all the other people that I spoke.
You did great.
It's frustrating.
Just be quiet. We understand nothing. Alright, I'm gonna answer this fucking refugee. He's a refugee. He needs to do something like that for support himself in the country that he's living. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it. He doesn't have any choice to come back to his country. Because of that, he's trading his country with the others. These refugee guys, they don't have anything. They don't deserve any shelters. If I don't know if he is in my country, I would ask my government to deport this fucking idiot to the outside, because he's trading every country. He may one day he come and trade my country too. So my motherland country is Iran, right? Yeah, man. They don't change the nature. The nature is like that. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe his mother, his father was trader too. We never know what's going on. So these guys, they're like that. So whatever comes over here, if we accept what Velvet is saying, it means that moment during the Shah, some terrorists came over inside the Iran and they tried to do something like that. And nowadays, the moment this government announced that they were terrorists, this guy comes and says that they were not. This is the conflict of, the mind. If you accept that one, why you don't accept this one?
this government says that these guys are the terrorists, they came and they killed the people. And then you are coming and every time you are saying that 40,000, something like that. You never condemn 175 girls got killed by USA. You never did it. Are you Iranian? Real Iranian? You are not. You are getting paid, or you should do psych-cocking for the people to keep you in their country because you are refugee. You know what I am telling? You are stupid. You have nothing, no ball for yourself. If you had a ball, you would put your real name. Nasser is the man. He is putting his real name. He is putting his real picture, and then you don't have any kind of ball on yourself. And you are coming and crying every day here. Bullshit. Whatever you are saying that, everybody knows you are saying that by means. You are getting paid. You are getting paid to do that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So go record if you want to record. Go record whatever I told to you, because you have nothing in your body. You know what I mean? Even though no brain, no ball. You are cocksucker. That's it. So if there is somebody like you selling their country and don't condemn the attack to the children, and then the children they get killed, why we should talk with you? You are idiot. No more.
Yeah, I'm gonna speak next.
Taco's next. Go on, Taco.
I'm gonna make it short real quick.
Taco is next, please. I'll give you my
I just want to point out to you guys the fucking hypocrisy of what was repeated twice tonight. I don't consent to being recorded, but I want you guys to really listen to this. Good. When talking about Reza Pahlavi and the January 8th massacres, right? He was saying you can't blame Reza Pahlavi for that massacre. You blame the person getting shot. No shit. That's even right now about Iranians getting killed. We blame U.S. and Israel for the innocent civilians getting killed. No, you gotta blame the regime for that. You can't blame the person. The regime started the war, not Israel and U.S. No, they literally admitted they shot. So you just fucking fucked your own argument, you idiot.
Okay, my turn, right?
And go on.
Okay, so is listening to Velvet's perspective and listening to like Nessa and Shapeshifter and everyone, I realize it's so important for everyone to like see what is happening and see how what could happen in Middle East if America doesn't decolonize Middle East. NATO and America, they need to leave their bases because if you don't, listen, like Velvet, people in Pakistanis maybe, the people rise up and they're going to ask China to overthrow their government because they're being oppressed. And before you know it, maybe Americans will rise up and say, "Dear China, overthrow our government because we're being oppressed." So America needs to think for what they're doing. They need to
ask China for what? Can you repeat again? The China what?
Other countries might ask, like China, to liberate them from their oppressive regime.
Okay.
So
which other regime they're gonna go after?
Like maybe some Pakistanis will rise up and say, "Dear China, please come help us and remove the Pakistani regime and free us."
And which other regime?
Right. So this is happening to people, and it's because of America, and they have their bases there. The governments are not being strong, so people are naturally acting up, and they want other countries to come and bomb their countries and remove the regime.
Zeddy, right now.
I don't know, man. Sometimes when she speaks, it's like just really low IQ.
Well, I want China to come and regime change America. We need to get rid of the Zionists out of America. So go Team China, Team Iran. I'm all for it. Come on. Regime change here. Fuck the Zionist America.
No, but this is going to become a trend. Listen, but this is going to become a trend. And it's not going to go in the best way we want it to. What if Hitler comes in power and people like dear Hitler, come free us from our, rightful leaders.
Doesn't he want Hitler to free yourself?
No, I'm
He
giving
wants
you a
Hitler to free people from Taliban. Oh my God.
I'm giving you a hypothetical example. This is what could happen to people.
I'm talking. Hitler, the same as Khomeini.
Hang on a second, Abbas, just hang on a second. Rob, did you want to say something?
That's good. Team China, Team Iran, strong. I'm on board. Let's go.
Cool.
Sign this
Cool.
up. That's all I can say. Thank you. And I love you, Nasser. I loved everything you said, Nasser. Brother, peace to you. Recognize everything you just said. Complete respect. So clearly articulated. And thanks for that inside information about their sleazy tactics that they were trying to use you for their propaganda. Very much appreciate hearing it firsthand. Very few people here with any firsthand information. So appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. But one thing we have to understand that in this whole war divides country by country by country. And is the us people will make our destiny. What we can do, what we cannot do. We cannot live, for example, in Iran, ask United States to come to change regime change for us. That's Iranian people's their own burdens that whether they want to change regime or they don't. For years, I fought against Iranian regime. But when I saw that other country entered to the situation, immediately I changed my position. Immediately, I stood with those that I was fighting against. Those I was fighting against, they are the same, my countrymen. It's like in my family, we are in the same home, we have family, we have problem with each other. And therefore, like when somebody comes from outside to attack my house, I stand beside my family members that I had a problem with. And I will not allow those people, they shout for Pahlavi, they shout, yeah, come bomb our country. Those are traitors, those are a bunch of lunatics. They have no brain of themselves. You cannot talk to them for 1 hour. If for 1 hour they will not have an answer, you ask one question, they will twist it, they go to different direction because they have no answer. And right now, I will make it simple for you guys. As much as I was against this government, current government of Iran, okay? This government approximately has been 47 years in power. The Pahlavis, father and son, they were about 50 years as well. In their time, we lost 1,600,000 square meters of our land in Iran. Take it from Ararat Mountains and Bahrain, all these were gone. In this regime time, we did not lose even one square foot of our land to nobody. And I'm proud of them. I am this fucking regime that we have not lost one square foot of our land. I stand with and I applaud them. I thank them for it. And I thank them that they are fighting for Iranian people and they are our soldiers. I will tell you one story. One soldier is about 20 years old. He is sitting on the launcher, on the ground to air missiles area.
Nasser,
and he gets hit.
Nasser, we fucking love you, dude.
Thank you, appreciate it. He gets hit. He gets hit in Azerbaijan, Tabriz. He loses his arm. He still stands on the launcher until that doesn't go away. That there he says, my country is getting hit. Is not my heart, my life. It doesn't matter. And he gets shot, blown away in that launcher. And this kind of people we have as well. But unfortunately, these Pahlavi people, they have no moral. They have no audacity of humanity. They are a bunch of lunatics, warmongers, and they have been stuck in 1979. Their father probably was those
butler or something for the king. They think that they're going to go back time and they're going to say, yeah, this is such and such grandson, this is such and such a son, he should come in power. No, Iranian people has the power. Iranian people are going to lead the way. There is no room for Pahlavi. We kicked them out in 1979. Iranian people kicked them out of Iran, and that's goodbye. When you throw up, you don't turn around and eat your own vomit. We have thrown it out. Goodbye. Now we will. The basic destiny of Iran is in hands of Iranian people. That's the bottom line. Nothing less, nothing more. Pahlavi can go fuck himself. Thank you.
All right, I want to give it to, we have, Pearl, did you want to speak or should I give it to this Reza guy? Okay, I'll give it to Reza. Reza, go on.
Okay, what's happening in Iran right now is American intelligence agents are distributing sniper rifles to civilians, and the civilians, as snipers, they're called dog hunters. You could Google this. The civilians in Iran are sniping the Basij and the Revolutionary Guard. So what's happening right now is through Pakistan, there's peace negotiations. Those peace negotiations may succeed, but if they don't succeed, America has a backup plan of distributing more sniper rifles. And also, America, please let me finish and then you can criticize it. Why are you interrupting me?
Nasser, please let him finish. Please don't interrupt.
He cannot be.
Nasser, please mute up.
Nasser, I never interrupted you. You're a human piece of shit. You're garbage, so fuck yourself and stop interrupting.
Okay, Zionist, carry on.
Okay. I've always been respectful. I've never interrupted anyone.
Yeah, very respectful.
Plan A is America will sign a peace with the IRGC. Plan B is America will kill the IRGC and let the Iranian military have military dictatorship. If that succeeds, America will distribute weapons to the civilians and they'll overthrow it. And if that plan,
Nasser, why do you have to come off the mic, man? I'll give you last warning before I wipe the movie down.
You know, the moderators.
I hate this fucking interruption. I hate this interruption shit, man.
I have to say, I have no respect for the moderators of this room. You allow shit to interrupt everyone. Fuck the interrupters.
Are you done? Okay, there's no point. And also, you gotta stop interrupting. You do this all the time, brother.
Amir, when they come with the lies, the propaganda lies, they are just distributing.
We know it, Master. We know it. We want to hear their propaganda so we can pick it apart. It's very easy.
Let them expose themselves. Then we're gonna attack them. Don't worry about it.
It's very easy. Very transparent.
Let them expose. Let them talk. Let them. We hear them. What is in their mind. Then we're gonna answer them perfectly. Like Velvet now is, you know, the pool in the what forget about. Like Velvet, you see, he's listening to us and then he's recording whatever we are saying. He's very good boy now.
So Nestor, it's useful to hear what that idiot just said, right, about their plan. Because they're so stupid, they give away their plans and then Iranians can easily plan ahead and compensate in advance. They're so hubris.
He was telling something against themselves, Ralph.
Yeah, exactly.
They were telling something against themselves. They were saying that they have the sniper. Now they are conducting the terrorist.
Yeah, exactly. And this is exactly what Scott Ritter and others have predicted was the plan. Months ago, they said the plan will be an initial aerial attack. They'll try and degrade military targets when they can't hit them anymore because they're too hard to find. They're all buried underground. Then they'll go after some infrastructure, exactly what they're doing now, and they'll try and terrorize the population, and then they will sow the seeds of civil war. They will arm militias. They will try and ally, you know, the fucking Kurds and the others against them. We have already turned down that offer. and then they'll try and do exactly what he just said. Great. That's what they did in Iraq. There were taxis full of weapons. They were handing out guns to just random people in Iraq to create a civil war and complete chaos. He's just exactly described what they want to do. What he doesn't understand, when you give guns to civilians, they'll say, thank you very much, and they'll shoot American troops. They're not going to fucking shoot their own government when they're being bombed by America and Israel. They're going to use their guns to defend their fucking country. The other guy's a complete prize chump. It's not going to work.
Amir, can you please bring that gentleman up and then we listen to him? What is in his mindset? I mean,
he can come up. Reza, come up. I don't know why they don't want you to go down.
Reza, come up and
it's very sensitive, man.
Whoever said that is a good point. That was diabolical.
Okay, so I will repeat myself. America produces more than 1 million sniper rifles a year. America has plenty of spies inside Iran right now who are today distributing sniper rifles. The first people that are getting sniper rifles are the family members of the 40,000 Iranians killed by the IRGC. Now, everyone in this room cheered and celebrated when the IRGC killed the 40,000 innocent people. But
no
family members, I didn't interrupt.
No, you can't lie like that.
I didn't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me.
No, you accused us of a lie.
Well, okay, you can respond when I'm done speaking. You can respond when I'm done speaking.
We will.
I'm just giving my own, as an American, I'm giving my own perspective. My perspective is the people of Iran hate the people in this room with a passion, and the people of Iran will get sniper rifles, and they will kill every member of the IRGC and every mullah and every religious leader, every single religious leader, every mullah, every IRGC member will be killed by snipers, and then the people of Iran will take over, and they will have a regime that loves America. And America and the new government of Iran will be great allies, and they will work together to keep the price of oil high. And so you will have the price of oil set by the new government of Iran, the new government of Venezuela, America, the Pax Americana. It will be a utopia, and the people in this room remembered as scum and traitors. Everyone in this room will be spit on by the people of Iran. I'm done speaking. I'm happy to hear criticism of my view.
Respectfully, Reza, we don't. Hold on a second. We never celebrated the people that got massacred. Okay. Respectfully, I think we can get your facts straight, man.
Amir, can we all take a moment to spit on Reza just for a second?
Yeah, we're gonna shit on him.
Everybody else, go ahead.
Tough.
I don't spit. It's not worth my spit. I'm not wasting my spit on that idiot.
Reza is here. Can I say
and
something?
provide sources for the guns. You made a claim about guns. You provide sources. Source up. Otherwise, I would suggest you to shut your fucking mouth. Do not make stupid fucking claims that you can't back up the claim with.
Yeah, we are not happy with what's going on in Iran. What happened? Because we don't support IRGC. But that's the first thing we say that over here. Okay, so we don't support anybody who is killing the people. We don't support anybody who is bombing the country, our country, or motherland. We don't support that fucking guys, okay? So we never support invasion to Iran. We never support these guys. So this is what we are saying, that there is a way everybody can be happy. If somebody stop interfering the others, if somebody thinks they are the super leader, they are the superpower, they can do whatever they want, then nowadays is not the time doing that. They're gonna get hit, they're gonna get, something in the ass. Later on, they're gonna understand that is not the region they should go through. If somebody stops and then takes the patient and then doesn't do anything, it doesn't mean they don't have the power. They can do whatever they want, they can defend themselves, and they didn't invade any country in 200 years. You can go and see what's going on. Whomever they are invaders, they are wild.
Because of that, they called wild Westerns. They name it because they know that. That's it. So be proud of being American. Yes, you guys are in debt. You guys have $30 trillion national debt because you are living with other countries' money. Now you are living that money.
He's a Zionist. He only cares about Israel. He's an Israel first. He doesn't give a fuck if America goes down.
No, he said he's American because of that.
Yeah, he says he's American, but he's a fucking Zionist. Don't you understand, you guys? Zionists in America put Israel first, and they run the American government. Every last one of them is an Israeli person, and he's one of them.
He is not. He doesn't.
Is there serious out here? Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely not a Israeli. Whatever.
This guy I'm talking about, Reza. He is a Zionist.
Yeah, but you say every single one of them.
Yeah, every Zionist.
Night King, just give me a second, please. Go ahead,
He doesn't even know. He doesn't even know how to say Iran. Us Iranian, we never say Iran. That's George Bush's accent. Us Iranian, we don't say Iran. Okay. If you are an Iranian, go first learn how to say Iran. You cannot.
Claim to be Iranian.
He is not a disgrace to Irania. He's a traitor. What would you expect from him?
He's just got a silly name in the picture, but he's an American Zionist.
He's one of those like like Beverly Hills Persian Zionists and shit.
Right, and his voice, you can tell him a mile off. The minute he opens his mouth, he's a Zionist. Now, maybe you don't live amongst enough of them in America. I do, and I'll tell them. Trust me, when I hear a Zionist voice, it's just loud and clear. He's a Zionist, trust me.
See, Israel has been training a lot of Israelis how to read and write Persian, and they're teaching them Persian language. This has been going on for so long. So he's probably one of those with Dr. Mohammed Reza King, with a picture profile on his profile. And pretending to be Iranian nationalist. And no Iranian nationalist would be proud that they would come, they would brag about other country killing their own country. I don't, as much as I used to have a problem with the IRGC or Iranian regime or whatever, I would never want to see any other country to come to kill. Even I consider them as my enemy, but that was my countryman. I did not stand to see other country to come and killing my people. They are my people. They are Iranian. And if it comes between me, look at us and Jews, I would definitely stand with my enemy from Iran side by side. Just like now that I'm standing beside them. If they need help, if I can help, I would definitely help them because they're my country people. And by the way, to those, I want to say something else. To those Jews that they think that they've been promised 3,000 years ago, and my slogan is, we are superior race, Aryan race, that the whole world has been promised to us 7,000 years ago, 3,000 years ago. So you guys are way behind. We are 7,000 years ago, this whole world has been promised to us Iranian. If I wanna be an asshole,
I don't support that, but hey, don't ask questions. Now another guy, the black last night, he gonna come and say that we are the superior from Africa. The guy was like, you think we are superior? Our race is superior?
Compared to Jews, yes, we are the superior. Yes, we are smart. We are elite. We have been. Shut up. Shut the fuck up for a minute. We have been around before 7,000 years ago. Our country was.
not 70 years ago. Okay?
So you, Nasser, I have a question for you. Let's say
interaction, so doing something together in that capacity increases the unity and the bonding thing. And then the last is ABT, always be touching. 4 things to do to increase loving relationships. Okay, Raf, you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, so my my principle here is very, very clear. I don't care what government you are. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you represent a government, you represent a terrorist organization, you represent a group, an institution, or you're an individual. If people are on private property and you are removing them from your private property, they have full authority to take you the fuck out. So you cannot have people.
More specific with us again to this topic, not fucking metaphors.
Oh,
you're
sorry.
on private property, which property am I talking about? What are you talking about? Somebody's house property, a condominium.
Yes.
Taking who out?
Private, right. Private property.
Somebody getting police. Like again, you're speaking metaphors. Be specific to this topic.
Private property. Whatever private property is private property.
Okay.
Private property is going to be property that's owned by an individual. There's going to be a name that's going to own a piece of property that they've paid for, they've secured.
Okay.
So a home. Okay. So in a case where these people, whoever they are coming, displacing, taking people outside of homes, that's war. That's war.
So, I'm going to ask you a quick question since you need a bunch of statements and metaphors. If your neighbor is an active shooter in your area, and the police come to you and say evacuate because there's an active shooter right now in your neighborhood, we're going to force you to evacuate for your safety.
So
yes or no?
So there's two answers to that. Bear with me. Hold on. Legally, right? Because of this perceived social contract, which I reject. Okay. But legally, if you want to appeal to authority and appeal to legality, yes, legally they could do that. But morally, can they do that? Absolutely not.
If your next door neighbor has a fucking bomb, and it might go off, and they need to send in the bomb squad, are they evacuating the area until they fucking disarm the bomb?
They don't. You cannot force it. That's the whole point of private property. No.
If somebody has nothing to lose, and they don't understand the difference.
Let them stay there.
So then later on you want articles, Israel's stealing civilians while they're taking out terrorists because the terrorists are hiding behind civilians.
No, what you have to do.
How do you expect this to work?
Sure, because you can't indiscriminately bomb. You have to actually know who you're targeting. You can't target indiscriminately civilians and civilian areas and populations because there might be somebody there. Because you wouldn't do that in Israel. You wouldn't say if there was Hezbollah, if they went into and they were hiding as IDF, okay, they were fucking wolves in sheep clothing, right? They're inside. You're not gonna say, oh well, you know what? I'm gonna blow up no, and you know why? That exposes the hypocrisy of the value of the human being. Okay, the point is you're not gonna bomb a fucking entire area. Stop being lazy. Stop that's what I'm saying. Stop being morally lazy. If you want to get Hezbollah, you go and get Hezbollah. You do not. Hold on, and I'll finish, and then I'll hear you. Hold on.
Your house might get shrapnel that might get your house damaged.
Hold on.
Okay, later on, deal with insurance or so on. But your life is the difference between insurance that's going to pay you off for a fucking structure compared to your life. Because once you don't have a life, no insurance is paying you. Nothing. You're not going to see that money. As long as you're alive, you can rebuild. Okay?
Oh, right. Well, this is the thing.
This is the thing. So you're considering your life right now. You're being, my life, my rights. What are you? It's not a freedom fighter. This is people. If you don't think for yourself, there's going to be governments that come and start thinking for you, and they're going to tell you what to do.
Right, and that's bullshit. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that's bullshit, and it's because that's war.
That's bullshit.
No, hold on. It's according to you. You're saying because
a person that understands the difference between how much life is valued, that they don't want civilians injured,
And yes, the home is a structure. Let it get fucking bombed. It can be always rebuilt. You cannot fucking rebuild a human once he's in fucking pieces.
Okay, so you don't know any better than another human being. You respect every human being.
No, I know.
Okay, hold on, just wait a second. Hold on. You respect every human being, and unless you think that you have some moral authority over your neighbor, or you have some better idea than the person next to you, you have no moral authority. All it is some mumbo jumbo, fucking mysterious magic words on pieces of paper that you think you could go and remove people from their private property. If they think that it's a good idea, Rafi, they'll leave. If you go to them and you say, hey, look, we're going to be doing this, take it upon yourself. If you get killed, if it, we can't let them make their decisions. But I'll tell you, hold on, but Rafi, part two, there's part two, but well, hold on, no, because I let you finish. We got to go back and forth, and I'll finish quickly. I'll finish, but the part two, but this is together. So let me just finish this.
That's not fair. You can do points.
Well, it is fair because I need the second part. I need to get the second point off. So the other thing, and now I forgot. So fucking go ahead.
Okay, so the first point that you said, if he wants, they can stay. Those people have nothing to lose. But tomorrow, let's say they do what you say, stay there. They decided to stay there because Israel decides not to fucking value life, which they do. Okay, because they don't care for the structure, they care for the life, for the valuing of the person's life. Tomorrow, if that person dies due to military operations because he's being negligent and he doesn't value his life, there's going to be a new fucking article on Reuters. Israel's killing innocent people in war because they're not going to describe, that person was being a fucking dumb cunt and decided to stay in his house and not follow the rules because he didn't value life. The title's going to say Israel's killing, and you're going to go repeat it like a bird.
Okay, well,
that's how anti-Semitism starts.
Okay, well, listen.
Same with you. The problem is with people like you, anything you'll do, you always find a reason to see the negative in it without seeing the positive. Same thing, if tomorrow Israel will fucking find a cure for cancer, you're going to say, but what happens if those people wanted to die?
No, what I'm saying.
They're being forced for treatments. So let me ask you a different question. When you go into a hospital and you're a threat to yourself, and the doctor sees that you're a threat to yourself, and you say, you know what? I'm not getting admitted. I'm walking out of the hospital, and the hospital takes you and they admit you with however I forgot the words again. My English is not. They admit you because you're a threat.
Baker Act.
Whatever it is.
Involuntarily commit.
Involuntarily.
Yeah, it's a Baker Act, yeah.
Okay, sure. Involuntarily commit. Is the hospital is doing the wrong thing in your opinion? Because what if that person wants to be a threat to their life? Are they allowed to lock that person into a mental institution to stabilize?
Evil would say no.
This is what you're basically saying, Bima. If I see as a doctor that this person's a threat to society or to themselves, and I want to better that person, and I impose that act or whatever you guys just said, does that make me a bad guy?
So you're creating an extreme straw man here.
You're extreme straw man when people are dying because of terrorists are hiding behind civilians, Bima. And you're reading a fucking article, and the way you're reading it without actually dissecting it, that's anti-Semitic. Because you're just spewing a statement without understanding what the fuck that statement even means and why they're doing it. Why are they doing it? Well, when you read it, did you even think why they would do that? Or no, you probably didn't. Why are they doing it? Because what, do you think they're taking the land there?
Well, Rafi, thank you. Thank you for allowing me to respond. I don't have to ask why because I have principles, and what a principle is, and allow me. A principle is irrespective of time, circumstance, and location, right? It's you have a fundamental truth which with other truths can be derived, which means that it doesn't matter. You can replace any variable. It could be Israel, it could be the United States, it could be my neighbors, and you would remove those variables, and in that same exact scenario, if it was my own family, I would still stand with the exact principles that I'm saying. And the principle is that of private property.
property. So hold on. So my point is
You
that
literally just did the opposite just a minute ago.
Rich, shut the fuck up, please. I don't want to be mean to you, but please, just stop.
You said, why are you using such an extreme?
No, I didn't, and I don't know what you're talking about. So listen, this is the point. The principles are the same. You don't have the authority. You, a government, doesn't have the authority to remove somebody from the home, from their own private property. If you do believe that, you don't. Hold on, Abby, please let me finish. You see me struggling, Abby. Help me out.
Yeah,
I had to fight through.
You're saying your opinion. I'm sorry. I just came in, Bima. I apologize.
Thank you. No, it's okay. I'm fighting through Rafi, okay? Because he said that I'm bipolar and I'm inconsistent. I'm telling him, no, I'm very consistent. My principles are extremely consistent. And that is private property is one of my fundamental consent, non-aggression principles. These are my principles, right? And you're not going to take any human being, any other institution or government, and if somebody has private property and they have a home, you're not going to force them out of their home because that is war, because that is an objective criteria that's built to say, okay, private property, I have the authority as a human being, right? And unless you believe you have a moral authority over me to dictate what I should and should not do, then that's what I would consider.
May I respond to you? On that point?
Let me just finish with Rafi. I hope you can understand how I'm not being inconsistent. That same matter what, you're not going to tell people to remove them from their private property. And I guarantee you that Israel isn't paying. I mean, maybe there are, and it doesn't matter because it ultimately what I'm saying is those million people that were displaced recently, if it was up to me, they all would have bound together and they would have fought the aggressors to stay in their homes. And if you wanted Hezbollah, if you wanted the terrorists, go and find Hezbollah the terrorists. That's no problem. I don't mind, and I do not deny you the ability to find people and identify Hezbollah.
Can I just respond quickly on the first? Can I respond just on your concept and your principle of private property? I'm not going to get into the political end of this. I just want to talk about the logic of what you just said. So, as we live in America and we have private property and we have an expectation of privacy on that property. However, we live in a city, a state, let's take the state, where the governor or the head of that state has to protect the health, safety, and welfare of all the citizens of that state. And if you are on your private property and your existence or your use is a threat to the society and the community that you're living in, then to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the entire community, the government has a right to come in and remove you. So I'm going to give you an example of where this happened. And it happens to be in the city where I grew up. It's a very famous case, and they were called MOVE, M-O-V-E, and they were a Back to Africa movement. And there was a bunch of people living in a house, and they didn't believe in hygiene, and they didn't believe in, they were all this back to nature, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not going to get into all the details. They had lots of children, lots of pets, lots of rats, lots of bugs and all kinds of different pests that were also living within the property. Neighbors would complain because it was so rat infested and there were little children living there, and they wouldn't control it because they said it's their private property. However, they were a safety hazard a safety problem for all of the neighbors, and there were constant complaints. The city health officials would come in, they said it's private property, you don't have a right here, this is our property. However, it was affecting the community that they lived in. Ultimately, they got into it with the police. They shot a cop, they murdered a cop that were trying to get into the property because they were a health hazard for the community. The long and the short of it is, many of them went to jail. The city ended up dropping a bomb at actual bomb from a helicopter onto the house and bombed the house, and it also destroyed several of the other houses on the block. And it was a very famous story, and you can read about it. But it talks about...
Hold on, did they evacuate the people and force
They evacuated all the neighbors. All the neighbors were evacuated.
I mean, she agrees with all that.
But let me just finish. Let me just finish the story.
Don't they have the choice to stay?
They didn't want to leave their property.
Don't the neighbors have a choice to stay while it's
No, the police evacuated all the neighbors because they were dropping a bomb. The neighbors had the choice to stay if they wanted to stay, but for the safety, the police...
So hold on, you want to tell me, if my next door neighbor's house about to fucking blow up, the police come and say, we're about to blow up this house, we need you to evacuate. I say, no, I want to stay. The police are going to let me stay in my house while they drop a bomb.
No, they're going to remove you.
Really? Yeah, but Abby, you're missing it. Her ideology.
I mean, I just heard the part you were saying, Bima, about private property.
She would agree with the black people.
Let me just explain. When you were talking about your concept of private property, your property doesn't exist, in a vacuum. It exists in a town, in a village, in a city, in a state, in a country where there are rules and regulations. And yes, in that scenario that I just gave you an example, they refused to leave their house, and they were arrested, they were removed, and ultimately the house was incinerated by a black mayor of the city. And the group, there's a documentary, it just came out on Netflix about this story. So the first part of what you're saying, no, your house, although you have that expectation and that right to privacy, under our Constitution, the policing powers of a government override that private property when there is a compelling need. When there is a compelling need to protect, hear my words, because this is the law, a compelling need to protect the health, safety, and welfare of citizens. So that's how our law works, at least in the U.S., and there's case after case about it. It's a very hard test for the government, for a court to say the government has a right to take away your private property rights, that it's the strictest scrutiny. It's the highest level of scrutiny our court applies, but it will take those rights away if it's protecting the rest of the citizens. Now I'm done.
Go ahead, Bima. Agree with the black people and say that was wrong what they did to them.
That they were protecting the innocent life compared to a structure.
Oh no, Bima would have been on the black people's side. She's gonna be as soon as she comes off mic and tell you I was wrong.
You can Google. I can put the stuff about Move in the 12. It was Wilson Good was the mayor that dropped the bomb on that.
I mean, if you think about it, it can't possibly be the case that this refuge that you can have in your house is absolute, because otherwise people could just mount machine guns on their houses and sit inside and just shoot.
That's why she's an anarchist.
It's not a...
Yeah, but if you're an anarchist, okay.
It was Delbert, Africa, Michael Africa, they all had Africa as their last name.
Yeah, but no working society could work this way. Because like I said, you could mount machine guns, shoot everybody passing by and say, oh, well, we can't go in and arrest anybody because they're inside their own private property, and it just doesn't make any sense.
So the conversation was, and I'll give you a little breakdown of it, that Israel is running operations right now in Lebanon. And they're running operations because Hezbollah is in Lebanon, and they are sponsored by the IRGC, which Israel and America are right now fighting a war with. And so while Israel has boots on the ground there, they had to evacuate people from a certain area in Lebanon where there's military operations. They're not evacuating Hezbollah, they're evacuating innocent civilians where they don't want their lives to be taken due to the operations. And the problem was with Bima, she was sitting in a room today, I would say in a black room again, and everything in life is everybody else's fault but mine. Let's read an article and judge it. And she wrote how Israel is doing this, and she's just reading an article without dissecting it and claiming this is the story. And I asked her a question, Adima, why would they do that? because they value life. You don't see it in such a way. You're seeing as Israel's coming as an aggressor and taking people out of their homes like it's a bad thing. Instead of saying, wow, Israel actually cares for a fucking country that has nothing to do with them, for the people that have nothing to do with them, for their life and safety. She is criticizing how the operation, perhaps those people wanted to stay. They have the right to stay. Yeah, they have the right to stay, but you have to be fucking psychotic just because we're not fucking animals. And the way they're portraying and reading that fucking article and trying to say that we're animals, because if we would have let them stay, we would have killed many civilians. And tomorrow a new article would have came out and said, Israel killed civilians. You're going to sit there on stage repeating like a fucking monkey see, monkey do, and blaming again because people in like people like that have shitty lives. And they blame everybody for their shitty life around everything around them, but not to reflect why is my life shitty? What makes me a shitty person?
Well, you have
blaming others.
Well, you have a good point. What you have happening there is recharacterizing a humanitarian effort as a violating people's rights. So it's kind of crazy.
So anyway, like I said, tomorrow.
Robbie, can we hear from Dima? What's her take on all this?
Yeah, it just sounds like a bunch of institutionalized justification for violence. That's what it sounds to me.
Wait, are you replying to Abby's story?
Yeah, what about my story, Bima?
Both.
The Africa movement.
I can respond to that. So,
assume you're the mayor of the city and this is happening.
Right. So if I was the mayor or the city of the city, obviously we would come up with some negotiations and some situations with the people to let them know what their harm. Just because you have a choice on your private property, as soon as you start to affect people around you, right? And that's what you said was happening, that they became a well-being nuisance, right?
They had little kids, so it was welfare checks also that the city was doing because there were babies in there.
Okay, perfect. So you can't just do whatever you want, right? As soon as the things that you're doing are going to trespass or begin to interfere with others' private property, you're no longer in the realm of private choice. You're in the realm of damage, invasion, harm, reckless endangerment, when you specifically are causing that. So that scenario is, I can't, I mean,
you understand
I don't justify what they did ultimately, because what I understand happened was that what I'm learning is people died in the fire, 5 children were killed, and more than 60 homes because of this one home. And that's what I hear is nothing but justified violence.
And the murder of a police officer too.
And I think that's insane to me, and that's a crazy justification, right? There's a million ways that.
Well, what would the million ways be, since they refused to leave and they shot a cop when they tried to get them out? Give me what you would do if they refused to sit down with you. So how would you get? And when they tried to reason with them, they came out with guns and killed a cop. So what would you do to remove them from the premises? And they refused to, and you're at a standoff, and you're the.
That's war, Bima.
Well, I definitely wouldn't drop a bomb that killed 5 children and 11 innocent people and destroyed 60 homes. That definitely wouldn't be the case. If it was one home, right, there would be a direct issue with that one home, right? I mean, like, what are we talking about here? Do you think that would be justified today? Are you talking about a justification? Are you justifying that as that was the right thing to do?
Am I? I was a young lawyer when this happened, and I remember the murder trial of Officer Ramp that they murdered. I do remember that. I remember the problems. This went through more than one mayor. It was, years of fighting this group and trying to get this group to.
Hold on, I'll be.
So let me finish. So let me finish up so I could address it everything. Rafi, let me finish. So ultimately, yes, a community, the members, the neighbors, they all have a right to defend themselves against what was happening on their property from the cause of the home, right? And that's their self-defense. No, I don't believe that just some mystical right to do whatever you want, that you just place a government and they can just do whatever you want. No, I think that's bullshit. I think it's bullshit, right? The people had the right to defend themselves. If there was hazardous things happening on there, they had, because they're the only ones that are due restitution. Nobody else is due restitution. So they had the ability to stop whatever was happening. Yes, they did. Okay, right? So it's not
who
like
was in the right and who was in the wrong on that one.
Definitely not the government. Definitely, there were two actors, and the government was way wronger than the fucking people that were on the property. Because you're talking about they destroyed 60 homes, and they killed kids and children. If you were to justify that today, I think that's insane. That's barbarism. That's institutional barbarism. That's exactly what that is. It's a state bombing somebody. You're multiplying the harm, killing innocent, destroying not just 2 or 6 or however many, 60 homes. All right, that's not community. That's literally institutional barbarism. Okay, so that's what I think about that. I think that it was
so. How would you protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Philadelphia?
In the same way that an intelligent species could figure out. People that are much smarter than me would be able to figure that out. People that specialize in this and that take the time needed to figure out how to negotiate and how to figure out
so what I'm hearing is you said it's overreach by the government to have done what to go in and with force is what you're saying. That was overreach. Okay, so now let's talk about Clive and Bundy. Now let's talk about Clive and Bundy. So if you think the government was overreach for going after people on their private property, then do you think you're justifying the Bundys and Clive and Bundy then?
Remind me of what that wasn't. That had to do with federal land.
Yes.
Wasn't this federal land? Right.
It was a standoff, and it was shooting at cops. Same thing. So, but on that one was the government overreach going after the Bundys?
Yeah.
So you're saying the government shouldn't overreach, but do you think it was okay for the Bundys to shoot up cops?
What were the cops doing? The Bundys'
cattle were grazing on federal land.
Mm-hmm. And they were. What were they doing with the cattle? What was the state doing? What were the government agents there to do?
It was federal land because Nevada is 87% of the state is federal land, and they were trespassing, claiming that they had the sovereign right to be on that land, and the government told them to leave that land, and they had a standoff, a gunfight, an old-fashioned Nevada gunfight, and the government went in with full force. There were people that died. So was the government wrong in using force? You just said the government shouldn't use force. Was the government, so were you taking the side of Clive and Bundy then and saying the government shouldn't have come in with force to remove them off government land?
Well, that's an excellent question, and that's why I believe in private property. That wasn't private property. That wasn't private property. That was public property as far as anybody's concerned. Well, I don't believe in collectives. That's because that's a problem. That's what causes the arbitrariness of what the collective and specifically the ruling elite are going to decide to do. Right. That's why private property completely eliminates that, because there's a specific owner and it's very specific. There's very drawn objective lines. That's why private property is a very important principle. So something like that, that's going to get messy, and that's why I reject. That's why I reject the social contract is trash.
Let's go back to private property. What happens? You're on your private property, and as Abby said, there's rats, there's feces. You're endangering your neighbors because you're careless. Now your neighbors are getting sick. which now is a burden on the healthcare system. You're constantly calling the police. It's a burden on the police system. Everybody's paying taxes because you have one rep.
Yeah, she already answered that, Rafi. She said the individual neighbors would have had the right to defend themselves against that, but the government doesn't because it's a collective and they're not individuals.
So you think it should be a wild, wild west?
Yeah, the neighbors should have went in with their guns and fought them.
No, why does it have to be an immediate escalation to violence? No, the neighbors could have gotten together. They could have, if you wanted to use the government, you wanted to use the mayor, you can say that would have been the institution in my ideal world that would have been hired to come and deal with the situation. And they would have had, and then this institution would have come in because they would have been hired by the private property owners around, right? Collectively, they would have put their tax dollars in, their quote unquote tax dollars. To pay for this. Hold on. So I understand that. Hold on.
No, we did that with
okay, how many times are you going to say that?
They voted for the government. They voted for the mayor. They voted for the freaking the military there, and they did vote for it. They fucking voted for it. They chose to have that federal land be federal land.
Okay, so getting back to what I was saying.
All the individuals vote for a specific thing, and then the government implements it. That's exactly what you're fucking saying.
Well, if that was the case, then there wouldn't have been an issue because it would have been a clear case. Because then the people would have said the same people that
in having the shootout because the collective of the people voted for that fucking laws to be the way they were in Nevada.
You mean the majority?
They voted for the 87% of that land to be public or governmental land. So if it's governmental land, that's just all the people voting together that they want it to be that way.
Right,
so
and that's
the people together voting for those individuals. Yeah, the Constitution.
And the Constitution, under the property clause of the U.S. Constitution, grants plenary authority to Congress to manage federal property, including land.
So you agree with the government in Nevada then?
No, because what would happen? No. Well, if you let me talk, the difference would be the difference. It's still the same principles, which is private property. All right, why do you guys act like? Why do you guys act like it? When you're losing, you're acting like children. Why are you acting like children? Have I insulted either of you?
No, I'm not.
Have I insulted either of you? Okay, so then when you start to lose, why do you want to personally insult me? Why do you both want to act like children and insult me? So you don't think calling somebody bipolar because you don't like the way that I think? You're saying that I'm bipolar. You're saying that I have a mental health crisis.
Correct, you do.
All right.
You have an anger.
No, Rich, stop.
You have an anger issue, and I'll tell you why.
Oh, an anger issue.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. You're mad at life. I don't even need to be a psychiatrist to tell you this.
Dude, I love life. What are you talking about? You're wrong, Rafi. Stop.
No. You don't love life.
No, this is ridiculous. I'm not going to be psycho. This is sick. This is some sick shit.
I don't have to be a psychiatrist.
You can't possibly believe the shit that you're doing, Rafi. Rafi, I hate life, but you're going to insult me and result to personal insults?
Yes.
Because you can't just conduct yourself as an adult and have a back and forth. Abby doesn't have a problem with it. Abby doesn't insult me personally. Okay.
In the lesson here.
Because Abby's not intimidated. Abby isn't intimidated by me. That's why.
Nobody's intimidated by you.
That's bullshit.
Just have the argument without insults. No reason to call her bipolar, hates lunch on it.
She's literally said that she's bipolar and that she.
No, I'm not fucking bipolar, Rich. Stop.
She's bipolar,
Sick shit. This is sick shit. I'm fucking out of here. No, you guys are ridiculous. I'll
take a look at that.
She left. I'll tell you why, guys. She's good at dissecting everything in a negative fucking way, but she doesn't see the positive or the good reasoning of it. Because when I give her the good reasoning, she still goes for a negative outcome. Everything I saw her already for the past week, I've been noticing how she speaks. again, I grew up a little bit different. I'm a little bit more old school. I watch how people talk, how they flip flop this and that. I'm not a fucking graduate or anything, but I know common sense. And I know common sense very fucking well. And I know when I see a sick person, delusional person, and she has a sick problem, she will take anything and turn into a negative. She will blame everybody around her for her shitty life, but herself. She will find every reason to find a negative and a positive. Instead of finding from a negative situation a positive thing, she'll never reflect it. She's always going to be miserable. And I'm sorry, these are the types of miserable cunts that make society fucking horrible.
No, the problem's actually more fundamental than that. So she's under the belief that, look, these problems can be resolved through peaceful negotiations through their neighbors, and you don't need a government involved. And to the extent that she's correct, that happens now, right? You have a neighbor, let's say, who never cuts his grass. So it starts by people going over and telling him, hey, can you cut your grass? You know, it's causing problems, blah, blah, blah. And if it works out, that's great. Problem resolved. The issue is what happens when you have a person who refuses. That's when you need the police action of the state. Somebody has to go in and say, no, you're going to have to do that, or we're going to impose fines.
Yeah, but she already conceded that. She conceded by saying that if the collective group of individuals come together and then hire the mayor to implement these rules, well, we've already done that. Nevada already did that when they already fucking had elections and voted these individuals into their positions to govern the state.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you. When she acknowledges that the police action is required at the point that the person refuses, the other solution she was talking about is a variety of negotiations and voluntary agreements. That's fine. That's already in place now. It's when it breaks down. When the group says, no, I'm not leaving the house. When the group says, I'm going to commit criminal activity, at some point, the state has to take action. And that involves arrest, intervention, whatever it is that they have to do.
You know the irony, guys, why I brought it up? Wait, hold on. The irony? Because the left is really funny with this. They'll take the position of the move back to Africa people against the city going in, and I agree. I mean, Wilson Good, it was how he dropped the bomb and the results of it. I mean, it's lots of criticism of it, but the idea of the city going in and removing them and taking possession of it, the left will argue the city was wrong and they didn't have those policing powers. But then if you tell them the Clive and Bundy story, they'll argue, oh, the government should have gone in with these sovereign nation or sovereign rights people that don't believe in, government power. And, like in that situation, because the Bundys took all the rifles and went, and had the standoff, they'll take the side of the government. It's just, that's why I brought up the Bundys, because I hear it all the time. I mean, there's such inconsistencies on it. Yeah. And it's really the same story with both.
She's not taking a principled position. So she acknowledges that the police, that the state has this police power to take action. Where her issue with MOVE was the execution. So the execution issue is separate from the principle of whether the state has the right to act. So the state has the right to act, whether they took proper precautions or took the right steps is a totally different issue.
But the state has the right to act. That's the point. There's a point where you just don't live on that island. I mean, you could go find an island where you have no jurisdiction around you other than your own, but that's not how people live in the most of the world. And
exactly, if you want a functioning society, you have to have those limits.
I mean, what's wrong with obeying the law? Just what's wrong with that? I don't understand these people. Matt, you wanted to say something?
Anyway, one of the dudes just got out of prison. That's what one of the documentaries I put in the chat. One of the movement.
Well, what happens is these people have a delusional sense of the right of property. And what they have to realize, if they really believe in the right of property, then you have to also accept the state has to take certain actions in order to maintain that right. Because if
Zuck, does this violate
I'll
TOS?
tell you her position on this. She would say that the collective people who agree with themselves, the other people, would then have to take their money and go and hire like agents to actually protect their property. So they want to be able to opt out of like having to pay taxes, having to be part of the government, having to agree with everything the government does. And you would say, well, what about voting? You know, if you don't want to fucking agree to it, then don't vote. They would make the fucking same argument about like taxation is theft. You know, and if you don't pay your taxes, the government will show up and put you in a cage, which is accurate. It is kind of shitty. You know, if you really don't want to fucking agree with what they're spending the tax money on. But her shit would be, hey, if we have an issue with this person and they're encroaching and causing violence on us, then we should be able to go and hire like these mercenaries, and the mercenaries can then go in and deal with it instead of the government itself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That you can't opt out.
That argument doesn't work. It falls apart because then what that means is anybody can take anybody. Exactly, anybody can take anybody else's property just if they have more force. Yeah, so that means you're negating the right to property. Now you don't have any right to property. The only right you have is to what you can take by force from others. So it actually ends up being the negation of what you want. So that's what I'm saying. If you really believe in the right of property, you have to believe in the right of a state to protect those rights. Otherwise, you don't have any rights.
It's about finding a negative in a negative situation because she wants to go more negative into it. That's why I said this person is a very negative person. Like, this type of person will never succeed in life. It's going to be miserable.
Well, where I disagree with her,
I just think she hasn't done the details.
Did you agree with her?
Where I disagree with her, and we've argued this in the past, my position is at some point the group benefit outweighs the individual rights of somebody. So I think the threshold should be high. People want to stay in their house and do whatever they want as long as they're not impeding or imposing on somebody. But at some point, like, so we talked about heroin. I was like, so you think people should be able to use heroin? She goes, well, yes, they're doing it on private. And I said, with time, that leads to the degradation of society if you allow heroin, because you're going to get addicted, you're going to run through all your money, you're going to go steal and pillage, and then you're going to get others addicted. It's just going to lead, like, there's a group benefit that she's not taking into account.
It's a ripple effect. It's going to be a ripple effect, a negative ripple effect. That's what's going to happen. Is later on, you're going to overdose. You're going to end up at the hospital. Who's going to cover your bill when you're a heroin addict?
And how about your kids?
Reviving you from ODing.
Rafi, how about also the negative implication effect that you're having upon your children because you overdose and your kids get to see your fucking dead body? Like, how does that negatively affect them?
Do you want to be able to break your kids' legs to punish them? Like, you should be able to raise your children how you want. So I'm going to break my kids' legs.
But it's on private property. But come on, it's private property. You can break your kids' legs.
No, I mean, at some point there is
private property.
Like, I think the threshold for like eminent domain should be kind of like, I mean, you should have to pay a ton if you're going to take someone's property. Yeah. Like the COVID vaccine, we did not meet the threshold, in my opinion, a death rate to force or mandate or coerce people to take the vaccine.
No, but those are execution issues. The principle is just. Now, whether the state met the burden, that's another issue.
But the burden has to be what I was trying to say to her. It has to be the strictest level of scrutiny to take away a right. So you're right. With the vaccine is a great example because that is the most compelling standard. I mean, and it's I think I talked about this years ago in a room. I mean, that case is from 1905, and it's still our law, the Jacobson, Massachusetts case. And it set that standard that the court has to weigh how important it is for the city versus that incredible fundament of your right to privacy and of your body. And like it's a great concern, but ultimately if you live in this nation, you submit to those what we call our fundamental rights having some limitations, and the limitation is the protection of the health, safety, and welfare of citizens. I mean, vaccines that are good. You've raised a good example.
Yeah, I think you've seen the. Have you seen the real quick? I was just gonna ask Abby, have you seen the video making its rounds on the internet about the guy talking about all the different ways that you're taxed, and he talks about how when the British raised our taxes 2%, we ended up revolting and taking our country and our freedom. And then he goes through when you get paid, they take tax. When you spend money, you pay tax. When you buy a house, you pay tax. Every year you have to continue paying tax, or they take your house. And if you don't pay these taxes, they lock you away in a cage. I mean, he's making a pretty good point. I kind of agree with the libertarian mindset on it, but I just don't believe in 2026 you're going to get people, if we abolish tax completely, you're not going to get people to...
I haven't seen it, but you know who did that, Rich, is you reminded me of something when you said that. I got to find this, but Mitt Romney, when he ran for president, had this whole piece that he did about when you're taxed.
When you die, you pay tax.
Well, yeah, but before you even die, I think before you die, when you earn the money, how much is tax? And then you invest that after-tax money into the market, and you have another tax on the gain. And then eventually he starts whittling down from your $1 million that you earned, and he whittles it down, and then he gets ultimately to the estate tax, and whatever was left, then 50% of that goes away. So what your kid would actually receive from the $1 million that you earned, I forget what his final number one was, but it was like 200 and some thousand out of the $1 million that you earned.
Life, how they have overcome Sabines. This revelation of their great master into contradiction. Platforming your content about bringing my it's sacred.
Yeah, but the problem is it's not historically accurate, and the $1 million analysis is not realistic either. So what happened, like in the the Boston Tea Party incident, was not that the British were raising taxes; they were actually they were actually lowering taxes. And that's what caused the problem, because they had in New England, a lot of the merchants had been engaged in a network of what do you call that, smuggling, and had they created a very viable black market because of that, because the taxes were high. And then when the British lowered the rates, the problem was that was too competitive, and that's why they had a revolt. So it wasn't because the taxes were going up, because taxes were going down.
By the way, guys, there is not going to be a deal, and I think we're going to have boots on the ground in a couple of days.
Well, it's like Abby. How do you feel about the ideal of what Texas proposed about eliminating property tax and removing all property tax? Then we wouldn't have a state income tax plus property tax, and then they would just have to raise like the sales tax a little bit.
So how much would the sales tax have to go up to get revenue for the state?
1% or something is what they.
1% of a sales tax increase could get rid of all the property tax, and there'd be enough revenue in the state.
There was something around that. It wasn't too radical what they proposed.
Wait, I mean, I don't know what the state budget is, but I mean, how does sales
tax? If you eliminate the property tax, then in essence, then you do actually own the property, and it can't take it away in the sense of like, if you don't pay taxes, then men with guns will show up and put you in a cage and seize your property. That was the argument they were making.
but I don't understand the math. How's the math work?
Basically, it's the same thing that.
That's what I'm saying. I don't know the exact numbers, but I know it wasn't too crazy.
There's problems with it, even if you could get it to work. Other than the sales tax would have to go up pretty significantly. So the way property taxes works in most jurisdictions is it funds certain local things like schools and whatnot. So people that live in better neighborhoods have higher property values, they pay higher property taxes, and they're able to fund better schools, which, some people say, creates a lot of disparity. But if you change it to a statewide funding, then presumably those communities would no longer be able to benefit from having extra funds available for their schools, and they would lose their advantage of having
specifically, like in Texas specifically, like the county that I live in is like 8.25%, but I think like statewide is like 8% or something. So like the individual counties and stuff have different taxes. There's some that are as low.
Oh, different sales taxes, you're saying, so they could have different sales taxes.
Right.
Yeah, but that wouldn't help because these communities are primarily residential, and so even if you raise sales tax very high, they're not going to have more funds available.
I still don't understand how the
has the right to eat what he will, to drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw, paint, carve, and sculpt. Build as he will, to dress as he will, for man has the right to love as he will, take your fill and will of love as he will. Five man has the right to kill those who would thwart these rights. The slaves shall serve. Out 58, love is the law.
On the face of repetition.
Love underworld.
Some people are.
To work as he will, to play what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the Man has the right to love as he will. Take your fill and will of love as he will. When, where, and with whom he will. To kill those who enforce these rights, the slave shall serve. Man has the right to live by his
Joe's a fake Democrat.
To work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to die when and how he will. To man has the right to reach as he will. To drink what he will, to dwell where he will, to move as he will on the face of the earth. Every man has the right to think what he will, to speak what he will, to write what he will, to draw point toward the truth, and as he will, to dress as he will. For man has the right to love as he has the right to live by his own law, to live in the way that he wills to do, to work as he will, to play as he will, to rest as he will, to
Joe's a fake Democrat.
It's going.
And now you have an audacity as a black rabbi. First of all, they don't have respect for you because you are black, number one. Number two, are coming to defending yourself against the Iran, 7,000 years old country that you are saying, oh, in 12 days war, they could say this, they didn't kill people, they didn't do this because of that. Who attacked first? You guys expect to attack Iran and to kill people, to kill children, that they are innocent children at the school, not one-time bombing, double dosing, triple dosing, to make sure all the children are died because you guys need sacrifice. Instead of chicken, you guys taking sacrifice from us, Iranian, out from our kids, from our Iranian children. And you expect Iran to calm down now? Iran is going to fight for the last minute. All Iranian people. Don't look at this bunch of lunatics, diasporas, this Pahlavi people. You guys think that you guys have supporters? No, those supporters, they were AI from Israeli AI robots, okay? Who paid and for their this publications and ads and all kind of bullshit that Israel to spread the Israeli propaganda. Iranian people, they hate you guys. I hate your country. I hate Israel. You understand that? So you think by you bringing us, oh, we are rabbi, we are Jews. I don't give a fuck who the fuck you are. I couldn't give a shit who the fuck you are. If you talk about you've been promised 3,000 years ago, fuck you. We've been existing over 7,000 years. So you can go fuck yourself with your 3,000 years. If you think in 70 years, your history is 70 years, our soccer team has more history than your existences. You guys are fucked. You guys are born in something that you shouldn't bark. Iran is not Gaza. It's not Lebanon. You guys are all fucked. And we are cheering the Iranian government right now, the way they are going through your fucking country, because you guys have killed innocent children. This is a revenge for those people, the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's island. Those victims that they have been killed by your country, assassinated by your country.
America has done the black.
Your country is terrorist organization in the world. You ask anybody, everybody knows that. You just wait. You're gonna see how the whole thing is gonna be falling on you guys. You guys are the disgusting people that exist in the earth. Have a nice day. Thank you.
So just to respond to that point, the reality is still this point. We're superior. If you do not go along with this 15-point plan from Iran back
You're superior to my ass. You're superior to my ass. Yeah.
We clearly are.
And as the black, you should be more sympathetic to the way that you approach the situation. Because as the black, the Americans,
And I can
I'm a proud American citizen.
And
we're
I
the
can
most
tell
populous
you,
country in the entire
I can
world.
tell you,
and we remove the evil that exists on planet Earth. That is our mission as Americans.
I can tell you,
This is the American mission.
Are the evil now you're American.
God has given an air superiority in Iran so we can execute whatever is needed to free Iran.
No, but I'm saying
all around the world evenly.
and the problem that nobody understands here right now is that China is the problem.
Oh, they're the saviors. They're not the problem. They're going to solve this
And
problem.
I understand that you may think that America is not the solution either, but China is going to be the biggest problem in the way that their culture is, how much different the Iranian culture is. I love the Iranian culture and the Iranian people, but the Chinese people can be very, very, very bad people.
where did China? Where did you come with China? Hold on, where did you come with China in all of this?
As you must not understand, brother, the petrodollar is why the United States seeks to regulate the Strait of Hormuz, with Iran actually must, by natural, they have every right to enforce their laws to that strait because it is their land. And if the United States does not want to play by the rules that the Iranian people set, the United States loses everything, which you don't understand.
How is the United States?
Because
You think United States would lose? You think United States would lose a war with Iran? Are you out of your fucking mind, bro?
Do you think that? Do you not understand? Do you not understand that there will be? Do you not understand that in order for the United States to come there, they're going to have to send ground troops. People are going to die. They will be very bloody. They cannot fit. They cannot fit the boat, the carrier through there to do what they must do in order to quote unquote. They're going to have to send the army, and people are going to die. And if you think that this is funny, and if you think that this is much more than about the petrodollar, my brother, you are very, very wrong. If you don't understand the cost, I'm in Los Angeles now. The price of gas is $7 a gallon, and what you don't understand is this is all foundational back to the petrodollar and the fact that if the United States does not just seek peace and agreement in how they do business with the Iranian people and send new leadership over, then that's where the fucked part comes in, because China is not good people to do business with. I know for a long time, Chinese is not good to do business with. They will say all this because Chinese do it a particular way. And although this may seem like a great strategic approach to trade in yuan, but no,
China's
we would be better.
China is much more pleasant.
And the Russian
China is much more pleasant to trade with than the United States.
Are you producing any beats right now?
Under these conditions.
Zaytoven, have you produced any beats lately?
No, I've been working on my PhD in economics.
You should get to that.
Yes, I know. I'm very busy lately, and it's.
But you're in Los Angeles, right?
I'm in Los Angeles, California.
Okay,
correct.
Okay.
And we suffer the most.
Play something in Arabic, and you translate it for us.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You could use any. I think you could use it.
Is it okay? Can you listen and then let us know what they think?
No, it's okay, brother. You could just use the subtitle or whatever in the video and translate it.
Salam alaikum, oink for me.
Okay, be quiet.
I do not eat I do not eat the fish.
Be quiet, bro. Oh my God, this guy is such a control.
I want to go over the differences between Chinese negotiations and U.S. negotiations when I get the chance. You go. Sorry, mate.
I want to give it to the new people of the morning. Did you want to chime in?
But it was his turn. That's his.
Hang on.
I don't think you can hear me. I'm traveling. So thank you.
I got no problem. Bro, did you want to say something? No? Okay, I think she did.
Man, what his name is fascist.
It's okay, bro. You did. I'll give it to him. Just hang on. Say, I don't need a co-moderator, man. Let me run the way I'm going to run it. Thank you. What'd you say, bro?
I said, do you like my display picture?
I can't hear you.
Do you see my profile picture? Do you like my profile?
I don't know what that is. Anyways, go on.
He's the IRGC who is the speaker, who is announcing all the things from the IRGC. Is that it?
Francis, it's on you, and then Cash, and then Mike.
Yeah, with your permission, yeah, I agree with the co-moderation. It's not required. Okay, so the difference between Chinese and US way of dealing. So what have we seen from the US? They just surprise attack a country, steal their presidents, surprise attack a country, start blowing things up. How about trying to start negotiations with people and in the middle of those negotiations start killing people, and then coming back, pull back, and then say, oh, we want peace, and then start negotiations again, then start killing people again. Let's compare this with China and their designs on Taiwan. They've been very patiently and for a time been seeking peaceful resolution when it comes to reunification with Taiwan. If you ask me, Taiwan would be stupid to keep siding with the United States at this point because they're a reigning power. If you follow the money, simply the best direction Taiwanese is to go with China. I'm going to now talk about these apparent evils that dealing with the Chinese means. The Chinese society is not an evil society. They're very respectful people. In fact, if you go to the shops, you can see how polite they are. I mean, you compare that with a lot of different people. I mean, you're talking about a very big country, and they have a lot of rules, and the rules are generally pretty good because it keeps people from overstepping, taking advantage of each other, and oppressing each other. It's a hierarchical system, right? There are issues with free speech, of course. There are issues with all kinds of things, all kinds of freedoms. But with those losses in freedoms, certain types anyway, comes a lot of safety. Okay, so in the US we see the opposite. People love this idea of freedom because they love to be able to do whatever the hell they want. They love to be able to economically oppress their populations. I mean, even their socialist version of politics, the US Democrats, they make all these promises for poor people. They never, ever deliver them. Ever. Look at all the poor people in the United States. And the US Democrats have done nothing to improve their way of life. The way of life in China has been steadily improving for the last 20, 30 years in very drastic ways. And the results can be seen in the way the Chinese society is now built, now runs. It's a very good system. It's the way of the future. And if you ask me, it's the way of peace. Just look at the example with the way they have gone about trying to bring Taiwan back into unification with China. There has of course been threats, but there's been no surprise attacks. There's been calm and patient waiting for Taiwan to make the decision themselves for a peaceful reunification. Even now, at this window of opportunity for the Chinese. This is the biggest window of opportunity in the last 50 years for China to take Taiwan. And even now we see they're stressing the peaceful option rather than a hot war option. I would hope that the Taiwanese see where the future of the world economy is going. It's obvious that the United States has stepped well out of line with every country and every power on the globe, well out of line. that doesn't come without a cost. The New World Ordering is taking place, and if Taiwan has any sense, they will peacefully cede to economic growth with China. By the way, they're each other's biggest trade partners. So nothing good comes from a hot war between Taiwan and China. It's just a simple issue of loyalties and ideologies. Loyalties and ideologies aren't everything when it comes to making money. Taiwan and China together can make a lot of money and be one of the strongest unified economic forces on the planet. Right? Fragmented by stupid ideas of freedom that get nobody anywhere. Who cares about freedom? People are gonna have to wake up every morning, go to work, make money for their communities, make money for their country. It doesn't matter what, right? Nobody's really truly free as much as even the United States is not a free place. What's free about the United States now, particularly? I mean, it's becoming less and less free every day. I'll land on that. But if you ask me, the future is with China. It's not with the United States.
Well, I just would like to chime in because, I think it's very important to discuss.
Can I give him a pushback?
It must discuss it.
Do you want to give him a pushback? It's a question for you. Do you want to give him a pushback?
Sure.
It's a yes or no question.
Yeah, sure.
I'll give you about 45 seconds to give him a pushback. I gotta get to cash.
You are right. I look at what you say, and you have told no lie. But as the petrodollar fades away, the US dollar must be backed by something of a chip that runs the technology. Taiwan is the only place that can make that chip, and the United States unfortunately needs it. So, the politics, may not be the best, but you're right, 100%. But still, Chinese is not.
Really quickly, before you move on to the next question, super quick,
such a fucking troll, man.
Well, it's kind of got their idea. The US have to start pivoting away from reliance on the petrodollar because people are de-dollarizing and trying to get out from the petrodollar anyway, regardless of this war. This is just accelerating that process. But Americans already have a plan, and that is to shift over to LNG, liquid natural gas. That began with the destruction of the Nord Stream pipeline to Europe, so they fucked Germany over. Now us poor Europeans have to buy that overinflated price LNG in the US. And then that's their strategy to try and shift over to Western dominance of LNG. So I just wanted to add that aspect.
Thank you. Cash, you want to chime in, bro?
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in on what bro was talking about earlier. Somebody had popped in, Zayto was talking. It was like, you think America's gonna win this war? Who's the tide around? You're fucking crazy. I just wanted to comment, bro. They're definitely probably gonna lose. If you think about the situation of this war, it's the same way as happened in Vietnam. If we put ground troops over there in the fucking mountains where we don't know nothing about, we're fucked. And besides that, America's about money. The longer this war drags on, the more America's gonna want to pull out. It's the same situation as when Vietnam, the American public turned against the government because we didn't want the war. It's the same thing. All Iran got to do is hold out long enough. We're not going to be able to do shit on the ground. Trump is going to put them troops down there to fucking die. That's it. So as long as Iran can hold out, they're going to be good. And they got the same people behind them that Vietnam had behind them. Who? China. It's the same shit. So as long as they last this war out, we go a couple more years, America gonna make this man shut this shit down and we're gonna pull out. It's gonna be a loss. That's all I really had to say.
All right, cool, thanks. Mike, did you want to chime in? Mike?
I will say this.
Hold on a second, hold on. Mike, are you there? Mike? Alright, I think it's probably a bother.
Hello, my name is Velvet.
Hold on a second,
Okay, Masri, did you want to chime in, bro?
Hey guys, how's everyone? Hey Amir, how are you?
Good, how you doing today?
I'm good. I'm great, mate. I just want to clarify some points. Maybe it's not going to be related to Iran, but we will reach to Iran at the end. Maybe we can look at the situation from different angle. Okay. First thing, I wanted to clarify about the international maritime law about straits like Hormuz or Jebel Tariq or Bab el Mandeb or whatever strait or Malaga Strait between Singapore and Malaysia. The straits is free to be. You can sail your ship freely. You cannot pay anything. The only places that you pay money are the man-made one, which like Suez Canal and Panama Canal, because some other people build it, so you pay fees on that. But this law cannot be applied on natural strait because there are, naturally made. You didn't do anything about it. So if any country, if the countries try to make you pay some fees if you are crossing any strait, that means Malaga and Singapore should pay the Chinese chip. Also, Britain and Spain should pay you money, should make you pay money when you cross Jebel Tariq, or Yemen can make you pay money if you are going to cross Bab el Mandeb, and etc. So this is not how it works in maritime law. So only natural or only man-made canals, you pay money on them, which is fair enough. These people build it, so they deserve the fees. That's it. The second point, I see some propaganda about China, and maybe people doesn't understand exactly how Chinese society works. You may feel unhappy in the Western culture or the America or Australia or Europe or whatever, but actually China is totally different place. They don't have freedom of speech. And when I mean it, it's a big thing actually. It's not something small. For example, this conversation we're having right now with different ideas, you cannot do it in China at all. Never. You are not allowed even to speak about any public affairs. It's not your job. You can work for 16 hours and paying very little money at the end of the day. It's not how you think it's not how you think it's like a paradise. No, it's not gonna work like that. Plus, in China, with also the human rights is not. Guys, when you are in a community that they integrate the country more than people, you will understand what the freedom means. This point is so important. Plus, the idea of trading of Chinese dealing in international issues and stuff, they are not like America yet. America has some pioneers, their army to force the petrodollar, which I'm gonna go talk about it in the next point. But Chinese actually might drown you in debt. They put you in a heavy debt that you cannot pay and end up they buying or taking over all your important assets, like what happened like 10 years ago with Sri Lanka, when Sri Lanka had lots of debt from China and they couldn't pay it. So what happened is China took their main port forever. Also in China, you are not allowed to have any social media. Everyone is being watched. No Facebook, no Twitter, no Clubhouse, nothing at all. You are only allowed to use the WeChat, the Chinese version, and it's all. You cannot say anything.
So many falsehoods, but carry on. No, you're saying so many falsehoods, but I'll let you finish. Carry on.
I'm sorry for my English. It's not the best, but I'm trying to explain as much as I can.
No, it's not about your English. It's about your propaganda that you're spreading.
Yeah, a few of those
I'm not, man. So I'm not in either side, by the way. I don't give a shit.
No, that's cool.
I'm not in either side.
Yeah, finish up. Take your time. No worries. Take your time.
All right.
Cool. Yeah.
All right. The petrodollar idea came in time after Nixon in 1971 when he made this deal with Arab countries or the oil-producing countries to ask them if they want to sell their oil, they have to sell it in one condition. The other party who want to buy it must pay it in American dollar. And the reason for that is that we want to create a demand on US dollar. Because everyone wants energy and these people have lots of energy to sell. So we want to create this demand. So why he did that? Because back in time in 1944, at the last 2 years, there was some agreement called Bretton Woods. And this Bretton Woods stated that countries to have like dealing with each other in trade or whatever they have, they can use the American dollar as a standard currency for that. Why? Let me explain more. I'll try my best. In 1942 or 1941, when the World War was on its peak, many countries were afraid that, you know, any currency, when you print, you have to have some assets with it. Like, for example, if you want to print like $100 bill, there must be some gold in your stocks that match with this $100 bill. It's as simple as that. There must be some coverage for any currency you are printing. So each country has their currencies, and each currency is covered by gold or silver or whatever rare metal.
This is also not true. Gold is no longer underpinning any currency.
Let me finish the idea and you'll understand. I'm talking about back in time when something called gold standard was applied in the world. When you are printing any currency, you have to have some gold standard for it or a gold coverage for this currency. So England had the Bank of England, also France, any country in the world should have or doing that thing to print to print their currency. If you print your currency without the coverage, you will have something called inflation, and we all know about inflation. So what happened in 1941, many of the European countries, because they are afraid that Hitler is going to take their gold, so they send it to America. Because it's a safe place there, it's overseas, Hitler cannot reach there, so it's an ideal position. Actually, in 1941, it was the highest peak of gold reserve in the United States. It was 20,000 metric ton, which you can compare it like it's like between 70 and 75% of all world gold. So American came in 1944 after a couple of years and say, okay, guys, listen what, we have lots of gold in there and our currency is very strong. Why not you trade worldwide by using the American dollar? And the European countries, when they send the gold there, they sent because they were afraid of Hitler and they might take it back when the war finished. But actually, in fact, they didn't take it back. You know why? Because America started something called Marshall Plan. They say, okay, listen what, I'm going to take the gold, keep with me. I'm going to transfer the ownership of this gold to mine. And I'll rebuild your country with this Marshall Plan. So it's like this. It's a win-win situation. You get your country rebuilt again by American people or by American whatever companies. And on reverse, I'll keep the gold. And you can use American dollar as a trade currency because it's supported by 75% of all world gold. And other countries said, okay, let's do it. And people used American dollar. And there is another one reason why people use one currency to use as a trade. It's because something called standardization. Standardization is so important when you are dealing in economy because some people, for example, I'm living in Italy, we are making cars and we are selling it to Romania. For example, one car is $1,000. Maybe I sell it to Egypt by 1,500. Maybe I sell it to Germany by 500. So the price of the goods and services worldwide were not standard. Maybe you get the iPhone from this country by $1,000. From another country, it's going to be $2,000 for the same good. So, but if you put some standardization or you put some standard, like, okay, this thing is standardized worldwide by this price, so it's going to make it fair trade between people, between countries worldwide. So standardization was one of the factors that Bretton Woods was built on. Until 1971, some other countries, because of some crisis happened in oil back in that time, so some countries would still have some gold at Americans said, no, I'm not going to redeem any gold, and I'm going to remove the connection between the US dollar and the gold stocks. So the American back in, and the gold reserve, sorry. So the American back in that time decided, okay, people are going to lose trust in the US dollar by time, so we need to tighten it up with something else, which is petrodollar. So America started something called OPEC, which is the countries that export oil, and they asked them, okay, guys, can you sell your petrol using only American dollar? I'm going to give you some, I'll build your countries like Saudi Arabia and Emirates or whatever countries they are dealing with. I'm happy with that because they were living in a tent and a camel. They had skyscraper everywhere and very fancy life. So they said, okay, we agreed with that. And they made this agreement in 1971 for 50 years. Because these countries are committed to sell petrol only by American dollar. And the reason for that, as I said before, is to always create a demand on the American dollar so the currency stays strong and stuff like that. Few countries worldwide actually didn't like that. Like Venezuela, when Hugo Chavez came, Hugo Chavez time, and I think it's in 2014 or 2011 when he died, I'm not sure, but he decided not to sell it with US dollars. Iran, the same. Iraq at the time of Saddam Hussein, he decided to sell the petrol without the American dollar, and Libya, sometime in Muammar Gaddafi, some countries here and there, from now and then, they are trying to sell their petrol with a different currency. And this is very alarming for the American domination with their dollar worldwide. Because if you sell it with a different currency, now that's created a big problem for us. But what happened next was really, really no good. American currency, which is United States dollar, until the year 2000, the whole world countries used to have foreign currency reserve in their central banks. And the most dominant currency in them were American dollar. About 70% of all the world have American dollar in their central banks. But this number by time keep decreasing. Now it's like 52%. In less than 25 years, this number has decreased a lot. The rate of people removing the US dollar from their reserve bank are increasing because they have less and less trust by time in American dollar. And also, until 2022, until Joe Biden started to use US dollar and the US financial system, which is a worldwide system, to punish countries like Russia when they invaded Ukraine. Until that point, there was 95% of the whole world trade done by American dollar. Now this number is 80%, so they are decreasing. So the reliability of world on the US dollar is keep decreasing by time. So America have to get back to to increase the demand again and make it powerful currency worldwide. That's why they have to keep control back the countries that abandoned the petrodollar agreement. Actually, in Saudi Arabia, after 50 years, which is 2021, they didn't renew the contract for another 50 years. But even if they didn't renew it, but they still sell their petrol by US dollar. What happened with Biden was devastating in America because since that time, in 2022, weaponizing your American dollar against another country that make other countries too afraid to deal with you or limit their trade with dollar because they might be punished too. Like China, for example, abandoned like $700 billion from American bonds. Some other countries are leaving them too. What the damage that Joe Biden and the Democrats did to American economy by weaponizing the dollar is far more beyond what Trump is doing right now in a war or anything. There is another factor also right going forward, or if I keep going forward, do you have any comments?
Don't do this Jesus, though. 100%.
Who? Anyone?
I'm listening.
Yes, and the fact that China feels that they it's not good.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe.
All right.
Talk about in terms of Kitover.
I forgot.
You finally got to the point which everybody here already knew. You finally got to the present situation. It took about 20 half an hour to get there, but now we're at today. Yes, finally we're talking about the present situation, the petrodollar, which everybody already knew.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe that makes things happen. All you have to do is
Kitover was endorsed on Kitover.
stop making America things happen.
It doesn't matter when the Democrats or Republicans are in or not. He's only from Italy.
City health officials would come in. They said it's private property. You don't have a right here. This is our property. However,
That's why we get into debates. When you understand the concept of kingdom.
Taylor is a fraud and a liar. Yo, create 25 trillion federal debt. Like COVID-19 vaccine safety took millions from Big Pharma. They paid who's exploded but pulmonary. Motherfucker.
Just quickly. I never said anything about Chinese are fascist. Trump is a fascist. Country, and they preferred fascists to run Europe. They got rid of my Prime Minister, Harold Wilson, because he was too socialist. And they made sure that no communist governments would take hold in Europe. So they left stay-behind groups. You should look this up. Operation Galileo. It's
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe.
Which was set up by a fake terrorist group called the Red Brigade. They kidnapped him because it was to sabotage a coalition between the communists and the Christian party. And because America didn't want any communist or socialist.
I'm going to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe that makes things happen.
Italian politics, but interestingly, Jesus Angleton, who became head of CIA assassinations, who was responsible for the death of JFK, grew up in Italy, of all places, among the Zionist fascists. Not even known until recently there was a thing called Zionist fascists in Italy, and that's where James Jesus Angleton came out of, and he ended up murdering the Catholic president of America and his brother.
Can I tell you a little bit list point, but actually it's in your favor, okay?
Yeah.
I'll say it one more time. The 60% of their GDP, which means that they have surplus they have extra money, so they can fund wars like Iraq, like Afghanistan, like whatever. But now, actually, in this situation in 2026, American national debt is 125% of their GDP. That means that they make money. They're I don't know how to explain this. Can anyone explain it better than me?
What are you trying to explain? Sorry, spaced there.
I want to say that American situation nowadays with Iran is totally different from the time of Iraq and Afghanistan. Back in time, they have luxury of money to fund wars because their national debt was far less than their GDP. They produced more money. The national debt is only 60%. Actually, in Vietnam, the national debt was like 55% of their GDP, which means you make $100, but you only need $55 to survive. Now, America still making the $100, but they need 125 as a consumption. So their national debt is not giving them much option or luxury to start a war or to fund a war. War consumes lots of money. It's very lots of money.
By the way, massively.
I just want to say this war is not going to stay for a long time because of that.
Yeah.
Simply because they don't have much money to fund this war. Regardless what the result, they don't give a shit about the result. But funding the war itself is totally different than the reason why Chicago last week. 25%, that's a different story. It's because the war in Iraq and Afghanistan, it cost them $7 trillion. And the 2008 crisis cost them around 5 or 6, added to the national debt. And COVID also added, like they printed lots of money. And there is also something very important that the Republican made in 2001 when George Bush put a law to reduce the tax on companies. And also the same one happened in 2019 by Donald Trump, or maybe 2017, by Donald Trump, which increases the national debt. He reduced the companies or the corporate taxes which cost American actually increasing added up to the national debt about $2.5 trillion. So total $4 trillion, but their national debt is $39 trillion, which means there is a very big gap between the two numbers, which means that they don't have much option or the luxury to start a war like the Afghanistan or whatever shit happened before.
One tried to make a very clear point. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yes.
I didn't take a wrong point. It makes sense if you don't have money to start a war.
No, I guess I was there in one sentence and we'd all agree with you.
No, but I have to explain to people. Many people doesn't know, so it's better to explain.
No lo sabes, no he podido encontrar más por la prisa.
Now, I think Fash just had a few comments on your earlier points about how evil China is. And you want to talk about China?
Actually, we are not no one is evil or intention. People are trying to survive in different ways of life.
Yeah, well,
I don't want
China now
is evil.
Yeah.
None of them is evil.
Right. To build on your point, in the present situation, there's two dynamics happening. One, you're correct that many nations, including China, are trying to get out from the dollar dependency. That's leading to an emergence of potential yuan as people.
And the alarming was the weaponizing dollar at the time of Biden. This was an alarming point among China. Other nations, even Saudi Arabia, now started to leave this report.
It's pissing everybody off, right? But China already planned this money, and that's why they were building BRICS alliance to try and potentially make their own currency as an alternative to the dollar. But at the same time, you may not be aware of, the US is trying to get out from petrodollar dependency over to LNG, over natural gas dollar because it has cornered that market. And as you remember, they destroyed the Nord Stream pipeline, which is vital for Europe, especially Germany. That against Germany. My people, I'm half German. There's an act of war against
president of
fucking Americans, and they've wrecked our economy as a result. Russia, a partnership, but good old Anglo-Americans, we always want to divide and separate Russia and Germany because we consider the old enemy of Europe. That's why we hate communism, we hate socialism.
You gonna be so stubborn. You get that the truth.
Why do customers choose us?
And we're not going to challenge it. But that's been a strategy. And so as a result, America is accelerating the policy of the planet so they can twist everybody and charge as long as they can. That's their strategy now to get us from the ability and exclusively on the federal government. So I'm not sure if you're aware of that. They are good, and I just posted a lecture by Yanis Varoufakis explaining the difference. Another difference, which is a crucial difference. Let me finish! Shut up! Let me fucking finish! Shut the fuck up! I am talking! Don't fucking interrupt! I haven't finished yet! You'll get your chance.
asking you a question,
I'm replying to Amir. You can ask me the question.
If you can come up to Mike afterwards and let him finish.
All right.
There's a crucial difference. Not only their business practices, which are far more reasonable than the West, which uses IMF and other strategies to trap people in debt. The other crucial difference, we build all kinds of strength and unions, and on top of that, if they fuck up, we get to build a base. That's why America's now got roughly 800 bases all over the world. China never does that. It never says, if you fuck up, we will build a base. That's what I'm talking about. It's all right.
You're comparing America. I didn't ask you.
Of course I am, because America dominates the whole
I'm not
world.
talking about America. I'm talking about China.
Well, it's crucial because that's why so
you
many...
can talk about China. I'm talking about focuses on China.
That is why it matters, because so many countries are shifting their reliance to China.
Can you stay? Hold on a second. Oh my God, bro.
Hold on, let me address the point about China, because all across Africa, for example, they are sick of doing deals with the West. Europeans and Americans, we fuck them over, and they're tired of it. So they're literally all making deals with China because China treats them better. Yes, they moan and complain. They say the Chinese...
What about the deference to their employees?
Yes, there are certain controls. There are always certain strict attacks, but they prefer to work with China. That's the bottom line. So the whole global south is shifting preference to work with China. That's the bottom line. That's what's happening.
Hold on, Masri, please, bro. I'm trying to have this conversation with them because I'm going to give them pushback. China, the debt pressure and asset control concerns. This is a big problem for the countries. When they're stuck in a debt, they don't have a choice but to concede to China demands.
You agree with that?
This is just like...
I only agree to a certain extent.
Hold on.
You already said it twice. He said it. Everybody says it. It's so boring.
I'll have to mute you, man. I can't believe...
Go ahead. Nobody's allowed to push back on you, are we? It's your way or the highway.
I haven't finished until
It's your way or the highway, isn't it? I'm here.
Do you want to come off the fucking...
I'll just leave. If you don't want to fucking let me answer, I'll just fucking leave.
I didn't ask you for the answer.
Just tell me to leave.
I was in the middle of a sentence. Oh, my God.
Carry on, man.
The debt pressure. Oh, hold on, Nasser, please mute up respectfully. Mute up. Mute up, please. Nasser, please mute up.
Hold on a second.
Oh my God. I hate to fucking mute people up. Please stay muted, respectfully. The debt pressure and the asset control concerns. If they cannot pay back, then they don't have a choice. Whatever China demands, they have to do it, like the port lease agreements or whatever arrangements that they have to do, and they have to concede to that. You see what I'm saying? This is just like, hold on. This is just like, I'm not done. Oh my God. This is just like doing business with with a certain group of people where they charge you interest. If you can't pay the interest, you get double or triple the fees back and plus interest and whatnot. It's just like same tactic. So you can respond to that, and then we're going to move on to the next point. I'm going to give you more pushback on China.
All right, let's address those 2 points. One, you said that China China gives them unreasonable terms or put them into a trap where they have responsibilities if they don't meet their obligation. That is standard practice. Every nation that does any kind of investment deal on a loan operates in that manner. And it turns out China gives better terms on average than other nations. First point. Second, then when they charge interest, that is normal. If I borrow a loan, I have to pay interest. That is normal. Guess what? China offers better loan repayment deals than everybody else. That is why everybody's looking to do deals with China. That's the reality.
Rolf, now that you're done, I'd like to answer Amir's question as well. Amir, part of what Rolf is, in fact, what Rolf is saying is actually true. But there's another more important aspect to this. Firstly, I will concede this point that China has opportunistically sought out nations who have such poor economic management that it would have been likely that they're going to fail on their repayment obligations anyway, and be put into a situation where now China is taking control of a shipping port or something like this. Okay? Now, the thing with any global hegemony, whoever it is, whoever's building the hegemony, they're always going to be in charge of these types of things because all of the assets on the planet really are held by violence, right? China is less violent than the United States when it comes to these types of deals. They don't get heavy-handed as in the same way that the United States does. This is the first thing. The second thing is that even though these shipping ports are now owned by Chinese, that is the way they're growing their network, that is the way they're growing their hegemony. The people in these countries are benefiting from those shipping ports, from those operations, from the work that's taking place there. It just means that these particular assets have been, and regarding my first admission, their poor economic management led to these kind of default situations where ports are being taken over because they can't repay what they need to repay. But even in the event that these defaults and these reacquisitions are taking place, and China is obviously reacquiescing, they are still using these shipping ports to improve the quality of life for certain nations, particularly in Africa, for instance, who didn't have a good quality of life without that infrastructure there to begin with. So yes, there has been, China has been collecting developing countries, say in Africa, using these economic systems, and yes, it has come with some loss of control for countries, but the reality truly is that these countries were pretty poor economic managers to begin with. But China has been quite lenient with them. Even
You're going to the next point. I wanted to address this next point.
Can I add my point? Sure. Yeah, I want to add an actual example happened in my country, which is Egypt. Look, guys, when you credit someone, when you lend someone some money, you have to make sure that he can pay back. And that's why there's something called credit rating companies like Moody's or Fitch or S&P or whatever. So they assess your situation and see your ability how to pay the debt. And based on your assessment, they will tell you exactly how much they can lend you. This is how it works. When you go to a bank to get a home loan, they assess you first. Okay, in my country, we have a dictator that is ruling the country.
In Syria, it's called over-prescribing. I already considered this point. Yes.
I want to add a real example. I want to add a real example happened in my country. In my country, this guy, he didn't do well in economy. It was like shit. Everyone is suffering and blah blah blah. So when the credit rating company, we cannot give you $5 billion because of your situation. And after lots of assessment, he didn't get the loan. You know what happened? He went back to China. They gave him $8 billion. And they know that he cannot pay them back. They're 100% sure that he cannot pay them back. So what happened if he didn't pay the loan back? What would happen? They would take lots of assets and gain more power and control over the country. This is what happened from China in everywhere in Africa or Asia or whatever country. But one of the things that make America a little bit different from China, America actually share technology, share the checks and balances, share the ideas, share the stuff. You can see, let me finish. I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Mate, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you. Let me finish. When America, after World War II, they helped lots of countries. You can see now a very successful one, like South Korea, like Japan, even the Gulf countries like Saudi and stuff. They are very good luxury of life. Even other countries that take part with America, because America share technology. Actually, they share the research. They share the science. They share lots of things. Yeah, some of the stuff they don't share. But most of the things actually share with each other. If you see the cooperation between laboratories in Japan or South Korea with America or with whatever, it's totally different. China never share any technology with anyone. They keep the technology to themselves. They don't teach you the know-how. They don't give a fuck about you. They only take your resources and that's it. Or even your assets and that's it. And tell me one example of one country.
China even, I'm going to add to your point. They actually even demand technology transfers, by the way. That's what China does.
Yeah, they steal the technology from Western culture, Western countries.
No,
they never share technology.
I'm not talking about Western culture. Your country.
Imagine a world that is ruled by China.
If your country can't pay it back, not only you have a problem with the port and other shit and the debt, you have to transfer your technology, whatever you invented. And if China likes that technology, you have to transfer that technology to fucking, China.
They also take the natural resources as a repayment.
So yeah, you want to go finish what you have to say, Masri, and I want to go to the next point.
No, actually, this point is very important because they never share the technology they have. They never share anything. They just tell you the final rule.
Right now, you've got to deal with the fact this guy's trying to
grow. They are not mean about your growth or being a developed or advanced or have a prosperity in life. They don't give advice. They only care about taking the natural resources or whatever you have from assets or whatever whatever they can put their hands on.
That's
But right now,
I mean, it's interesting that you cherry pick the countries.
Just give me an example of a country
American
rainfall.
Yes, Germany. I'm half German. I'm on a good relationship with Germany and China, and we share technology. So fuck you and your biased shit. And it's one of them listening. Because you're fucking biased. You're neutral. You're not neutral. Don't pretend you're neutral. You've got a bias against China. Don't let the brainwash.
I'm not against China, actually.
You are. You claim that China's so ruthless and barbaric and evil with its business practices. You've trotted out lie after lie. You claim that China is not allowed to use social media. They just happen to have their own social media because they don't want their fucking media propagandized by American lies.
No, because they have surveillance in all their media.
Lie. Why would I want a country full of American propaganda? Fuck Americans and their fucking lies. I don't blame China for censoring American media.
Why don't you live in China? Why didn't you go to live in China?
China a lot better.
Why didn't you go to live in China if it's a prosperity and good life?
Majority. You
So I'll tell you what happened. Everybody's trying to say, well, let's try to find something.
They've raised 90% of the population.
Just tell me why don't
They
you
have not understood. Oh, no, no, shit.
What's
on People are Europeans are fucked. Europeans are so arrogant. They think they're better than everybody and they're fucked. When they so naive, they think America was going to help Europe. Well, America was their enemy. China has wanted to help the European countries, but America
Chinese
America bullied every European country to not trade with China. China shares technology. We cooperate in EVs.
Let's go live in China, man. It's a knowledge for you. Just one example.
Technology transfer.
Hold on a second. Yeah, hold on. We're gonna go to the next point. They never demand that technology transfer of China.
What are you talking about demanding? They share technology.
No, not
China and Germany engage in significant technology sharing and collaboration, particularly in automotive, electric EV batteries, including energy sectors. German firms often adopt in China for China's strategy, partnering with Chinese firms to localize research and development. You live in America and you're brainwashed.
Okay, Masri, please.
Germans are not as brainwashed.
Hold on.
I can give you some example how
Hold on.
Apparently that's not true.
Oh my God.
Apparently I hallucinated.
Okay, I'm gonna have to chime in now. Literally, if they want to, and if you're stuck in a debt, they will force you into doing technology transfer.
Okay.
That's what China does.
You know,
I'd
rather than do that,
do you agree on this?
I don't know any evidence for that. You're claiming that, I'm not denying it. Maybe it's true.
Not all countries U.S. deals with has to have a military base.
No, only the ones America decides to fuck, if not assassinate their leaders. When did China assassinate a leader for not playing ball? That's what America fucking does. You guys can't. Fuck you. You're all a bunch of biased Western brainwashed cabbages. I just told you facts about China and technology. You completely ignored it. You keep ignoring
control your emotion, please.
Fuck you. You're all biased cunts. You claim that I'm about China's policy. You just completely ignore it. Everything I've just said.
It's not putting you in a strong position if you keep insulting other people.
You haven't acknowledged one fucking thing I've said. You're obsessed with your
Nobody insulted you.
Fascist is the only one who would object to.
Nobody insulted you. Why are you insulting
other fucking biased against China? Everything. You're biased against Iran.
I'm asking you, Rolf, I'm asking you, do I not have the right to question your narrative?
Of course you do, but you're not questioning my narrative.
Why are you getting triggered?
Because you're ignoring the facts that I'm giving you.
I'm not ignoring the facts.
I just told you that sharing technology with Germany is completely ignored it.
Position.
Stupid Egyptian guy said no country shares tech with China. That is a lie. I told him why it's a lie, and you fucking completely ignore it.
Oh my God!
Oh my God!
Oh my God! These people.
You're not
That's a fact.
Please stay muted, everybody, except for Rolf. Rolf, my question is, I have the right to question your fucking narrative. This is what I did. I gave you a pushback and you got triggered.
I said to you, it's very likely they do it. I acknowledged what you said. That's the difference between me and you. When you said China demands a transfer of technology if they fuck up, I said, yes, they very likely do. And then I said, you said to me, is that a fact? And I said, I don't know. I accept your fact from you. I don't know that's a fact. I'm not pushing back on that. It's very likely they do that. That's what I said. I took on your information.
What about the acquisitions of the local market?
I accepted it. But you have not accepted any of the information I did accept. Do you accept that Germany and China share and collaborate on research and technology? Do you accept that?
Yeah.
Good. Now we're making progress. Thank you.
Hold on. You need to calm down. Calm it down. We need to, because we need to be able to question each other's position here. the next question is, do the business, right? Do they complain when, let's say, China comes in, sells them cheap products, whatever? Does it, the competition, it beats the competition with local markets? And I think it does, because there's a lot of people that complain. We agree, have agreement on that?
Complaining, yes.
So how do we solve that?
Complaining going on. The way we solve it is we put up with the lesser evil, because China is going to basically dominate trade all over the world, and that's for the benefit of mankind. If you compare that to what the West has done, it's plundered, stealed, robbed, murdered, tortured, destabilized, assassinated. That's all the West has done. So by comparison, Chinese are fucking paradise. They're creating a peaceful planet all across Asia. Where are the wars kicking off? In China, there aren't any. There are disputes around the border, classic stuff. It's always been the case. But Asia, compared to the West,
you go to live in the paradise then?
Well, you say that like it's a problem.
Why don't you
I might. Instead of what if I do? What difference does it make?
You should go to the paradise, man. You should go to the
fucking. Have you ever seen Shenzhen?
Why you live in the Western country? Why?
Have you seen the skitty streets in LA? Have you compared that to Shenzhen? There's no comparison.
The world is just about ripping people off and exploiting people through the freedoms. The freedom of economic exploitation is what the West is about. China, the people in China worked very, very hard. Slave labor they began with just about.
I want to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe that makes things happen.
Electronic or computer better?
Could you do electronic?
What's the more?
Hard work. That's what they want to do, and I don't think it's going to work out for them.
I just want to tell you, I'm so proud of you. This actually deserves the accumulating technologies. As a community of right now, we see the injustice of the judicial system. I want you to know there's a very powerful message. Thank you very much.
I think more than 90 million people.
The bonus shows on.
There's a billion people.
400 million.
5 billion.
Exactly 400 million.
The bonus shows
More
on.
like 500 million people. I mean, this is an incredible outcome that the system in China produced.
I want to give you a little advice. There's a force in the universe
Taiwan
that makes things happen.
Bullshit artists, used car salespeople, fucking Epstein, fucking upper class, and there is no comparison. Rolf is correct. There's no comparison. The people of China have proved themselves to the world that they will, with some obvious gains. You can't expect to do deals with Kenya, and Siri was making an interesting point there about the overprescription. His point got a little bit confused. Overprescribing is when in the West we work out that we can't lend a certain amount of money to people. It's actually illegal to lend them that money because we know that they can't pay back. So the benefit for whoever's trying to attempt that is the client pays the client pays some back, and then they start to struggle to pay back. Then they default. Then you take their asset off them. And this type of activity has become illegal in the West to do this. It's in fact now anybody who's lending has to do their due diligence and ensure that they're not overprescribing. Because in fact, I actually know somebody who got away with $16 million from an insurance company here in the West. They got that company on a technicality that they had loaned them too much, and so they would do, it was a big insurance corporation, but they were doing loans as well. They shouldn't have loaned $16 million to this particular businessman when he was having his assets being taken from him. He brought it to the courts. He had a team of lawyers, and they pulled up the over-prescription clause. The judge ruled in his favor that they had overlent to him. They had given him too much money to play with that was beyond his means to repay. Now, of course, this type of law doesn't exist in the international trade system that China has been capitalizing by going into countries and, yes, overprescribing to countries that cannot manage themselves economically efficient enough in order to ensure that repayments are made. And yes, so they have been collecting things like ports, they have been collecting things like technologies, they have been collecting things like this. But the outcome hasn't been all devastating. While it is a form of expansionism, it has come with its benefits for the people and improving their lifestyles as well. But look, at the very minimum, if I were going to be choosing between an oligarch system based on a hierarchy of priorities that go all the way down to the bottom versus some shysters and con artists and bullshit artists and Epstein 1%ers, I'm going with the Chinese. That's all it comes down to.
Precious, can I tell you something? So all the countries, they've been responsible for the casualties. You agree, including China?
Damn, Google voicemail just like fucking kicked me off.
Conversation with you.
Have you ever served in?
Twice.
Hey, D-Ray, you got a legal question for me?
Yeah, the Nick Shirley video of like those hospices. Can like those girls, sitting in the office, sue Nick Shirley for making a video with them in it and like claiming that it's fraud?
Potentially. That Lavash, the bakery owner, definitely has a good claim for defamation. I don't know about those girls just standing there.
It's like Nick Shirley has no proof. He just knows like how much money they've received and what their offices look like. Who's to tell if it's fraud?
What did he say? What did Nick Shirley say?
He didn't say exactly like these people are doing fraud, but the implication was definitely there. So it's up to the viewer to make the connection.
He's accusing who of doing what? I didn't see the latest.
He's accusing office workers at hospices of doing Medicare fraud.
Well, you know what? There's a lot of Medicare fraud. I don't know anything about this specific thing, but there's definitely, I think, a lot of fraud going on.
Nick Shirley, it should never be mentioned in any conversation about what's credible. This motherfucker is
minimal credibility. I agree.
Yeah, fuck him.
Minimal to none.
You see that thing with the Somali thing?
Yes.
But the thing is, he does get views.
Yeah, he gets views because
Americans are stupid. That's why. You saw that out of the 10 places he visited, the daycares, only one of them was actually legitimately investigated, and it turned out like they weren't doing what he was accusing them of doing. Like, he's pretty bad, bro, but he does get clicks, he does get views.
Because people want to believe what he's saying. Even though he has no proof, no credibility, he's a piece of shit, goes to closed daycare centers and pretends like they're doing fraud because no one won't answer. Hey, where are the children? You know how cringe that is? Where are the children is a crazy statement. What are you doing, bro?
That is pretty crazy, man.
Where are the children? Shut the fuck up. Why are you asking about where the children are?
Random guy in our park vehicle goes up, knocks on the door of a daycare and says, hey, where are the kids from?
Right. What the fuck?
This is pretty crazy. They need to look into Medicare waste.
I don't think most people know what that is, and they should really Google it and study on it. It's very interesting. How much money goes unaccounted for? Where is that money going? No one fucking knows. It's amazing.
It's going back to Somalia.
Hell yeah, brother. Hell fucking yeah.
They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
Am I the only one that thinks Ilhan Omar is she's a fucking baddie?
She cute. Her head isn't that big. That's why.
Have y'all seen her without the hijab on?
I don't think so.
She's bad, bro.
I think
Uncle Meryl will check you over.
That what her mouth is too big, bro. Her mouth is too big. Like she looks.
Or her mouth is the perfect size, bro. You gotta look at the glass half.
I'm telling you, bro. She could rock hippopotamus teeth, bro, and you would be the wisest, bro. She didn't like smile, bro. Shit scares me, bro.
If it fits, you must have quit, right? What?
If the glove doesn't fit,
you must have. I know, I was making a blowjob joke. She has like the perfect Lifetime movie, real life story. From bartender to fucking congresswoman. It's fucking crazy.
Amazing.
And she has that seat on lock. On fucking lock.
Are you guys following the LA mayor race?
No, but I've heard that we have the most interesting people running for office right now.
Duke is in good shape with Ramen. With your Ramen. He was running against Bass. He was a Bass ally.
Have you seen the commercials for the governor candidates? The gubernatorial candidates?
No.
Bro, they're all really bad. All really fucking bad. Like, there's this one guy whose slogan is, "We'll do California the Californian way."
What does that even mean?
Like, he was basically going to stand up to Trump is what he's saying. And, like, okay, cool. Like, what do you want to do? Secede from the union? Like, what do we do in California the California way?
How much do you think he paid for that slogan?
A lot, bro. He's on daytime TV 24/7.
It's kind of. Hey, yo, PTR. This is what my life looks like now.
I can't fucking PTR, bro. I'm in the middle of a raid right now.
No, bro.
Fuck it, I'll do it. Fuck it, I'll do it.
Make some fucking
fucking heroin addict.
yeah, he's shutting up right now.
Wait, are you playing Arc Raiders?
Hey, bro, what are you doing with your life?
If you're not like shooting yourself with like human growth hormone like twice a day and optimizing your cycle, are you even trying? If you don't have the Chinese peptide yet, Lolek, like,
did you get blood?
No, not yet, bro. I'm a little semi, bro. I haven't given blood yet, bro.
You need to stop injecting yourself with shit and get blood first to check your hormone.
Nobody want his dirty ass blood. He shooting this shit up with all types of dumb shit. Who the fuck wants his blood?
Listen, bro. I'm playing For Honor right now, bro, and this shit is like, look, maybe this shit has lead and arsenic, but it has some of that fucking good brain shit, bro, because I'm playing above my level, bro, and I have like 600 hours of this game, bro. Like, the amount that I'm playing, bro, what game? Maybe. For Honor. The reactions.
It's for homosexuals.
How about, did you say Raid? Are you playing Arc Raiders?
No, I'm playing RuneScape, bro.
RuneScape, okay.
Fucking base game.
We're in the middle of a goddamn war, and you gentlemen are over here playing video games.
Yes, sir. Sir, yes, sir.
Who's fighting the war? Are you fighting the war, Oleg?
I'm about to go fight fucking shit. You kidding me?
You got me fucked up.
You got me fucked.
That's a big problem for you.
Because it's like, let's look at the percentage here.
Is it a vast majority of people coming?
He contributed to deaths in World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, and let me see who wants to come up. Somebody wants to come up. And so the U.S., I don't have the fucking number. I'll give you the number as well. Probably about, I would say probably about 40, 50 million as well. So what I'm saying to you is, Rolf, I don't, look, I know you love China, right? I do use a lot of Chinese products. I sell a lot of Chinese products, by the way. Online business and whatnot that I do. I have a lot of Chinese products that I, use it to fix cars. Some of my tools are from China. My shoes, I mean, even the name brand shoes, they come from China, right? But at the same time, we can call it, I mean, all of the countries. Now, you can't just you can't be biased towards one. I would say is, they're all freaking, demonic. Not just America, even the fucking Chinese government is demonic.
Well, actions speak louder than words.
Can we say both of the parties are bad? All of them are bad?
Not in my opinion, no. They're not even close. There's no comparison.
I just gave 45 million number in famine. China was responsible.
It was a famine. It was a historical famine that came together.
Communist Party was responsible for it. They could have fed the fucking people.
Yes, we just discussed this at length earlier on, unless you have the memory of a fucking goldfish. We already discussed that at length. And it was not a war of choice. All of the last wars,
making the argument
words in the last decades were wars of choice by America. Conscious choices in alliance with one of the most peaceful entities on the planet designed.
Why can't you not say all that?
Because there's a big difference between a fuck up, a mistake, a tragedy, versus a calculated 10-year plan to put together logistics, planning, weaponry to intentionally murder millions of people. There's no comparison morally between the two. One is a disaster that was regrettable. The other was a calculated plan to intentionally kill and displace millions of people, including strategies to cut off civilian infrastructure, to target civilians, to target children, to mass murder people for ethnic and religious biased reasons driven by the demented state of Israel, which has occupied America for the latter half of the 20th century and the first quarter of the 21st century. So let's not leave Israel out of the equation. One of the reasons is that America has perpetrated such horrible atrocities is because of their strong alignment with Israel. And that is a fact. That's why they commit such demonic acts specifically against the Muslim world. It's very targeted against Muslims.
Okay, what about Xinjiang province in China, which was an old country until 1949 when the Chinese occupied it, and they called the Uyghur Muslim, about 20 million people, and they are now in captivity, and they are now in concentration camps.
Captivity false.
You don't know them. You don't know them because you didn't meet them. I have few friends from them, and I know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
You're telling me the Chinese is a good side now.
Yes,
there is no good and bad in politics, mate.
There is actually.
No one is good, no one is bad.
Society can be good and one society can be bad. And
there is no bad or good. That's an emotional analysis.
It's ultra bad. There is a scale.
Politics doesn't work like that.
Swedish society is good. Danish society is very good.
What about Tibet?
There is a
what about Tibet?
Yeah, I know.
Tibet is an Indian province that was taken by China in 1949.
There are border disputes. We know the long.
They are occupied countries right now, and they are still under occupation, but you don't know anything about
that. China has occupied Kashmir as well, by the way. Rob, what's your take on the China occupying Kashmir?
Kashmir, I'm not an expert on that one.
But what Xinjiang, man,
India has it and China has it. Three countries that's under occupation, Kashmir.
Yeah, I accept that. I've never said China's perfect. I said on a scale, countries are good and bad. I regard China as a good.
How do you scale it on the amount of casualties or killing? How do you scale it?
on its policies because it acts peacefully by comparison to the West. The West is a mass murdering, psychotic bunch of colonialists. China is a superpower trying to defend its interests and its geographical integrity and its trading partnerships. And it's stuck to that policy as long as the modern state has been incepted. And that has been consistent on that policy. Now let's talk about Shenzhen. Yesterday we were talking to a Zionist who brought up some talking points. We looked it up, and guess who was behind it? Various think tanks, including Brookings Institute. And these think tanks are Zionist.
Rolf, your voice is not clear. Your voice is not clear, mate.
To identify the tensions in the province of Shenzhen in China. It identified there was some conflict with the Muslims culture there and the Chinese government. And so they thought, this is great, we can stir up some shit here, we can amplify the story, and probably send in infiltrators, infiltrate multiple attacks, that's what they always do.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Ralph. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Hunt down the terrorists and the subversives. They they interned people in re-education camps. If you look at the actual buildings, they're not prisons, they're more like...
That's not re-education camps. That's ridiculous. That's a big lie.
Shenzhen is free.
That's a big lie. It's a country that's still occupied up till now, up till this moment.
They can speak their language. They even have their language on the Chinese currency. They have no...
They are forcing them to not speak, they not practice their culture.
And their culture...
Don't lie. You don't know anything about Xinjiang. You don't know anything about Uyghur people.
Because the Chinese government appreciates it.
You're absolutely brainwashed. You are a brainwashed person.
Already debunked 2 years ago. 2 years ago, that narrative was debunked.
Guys, Xinjiang is Turkestan. It was an independent country. And they have like 20 million people. Chinese take them over in 1949 up to now.
Talk to the Muslims, they're completely comfortable.
And they took them because of the oil reason for there in their land.
It's done, but you people want to fall for the propaganda.
I need you to speak. I want to reply right now.
Propaganda.
I want to reply, guys.
And he was mentioning
Samir.
Yeah, hold on a second. Ralph just likes to go on a monologue. I put a list of massacres that China was involved. We're going to go over the list really quick. And, you know, Ralph, it's up to you whether you responded or not. I'm going to read it.
I want to talk about Xinjiang, Amir.
Yes, if you can hang on a second, bro.
Okay.
I put a list in the chat. If you scroll down, you can open it up. People of Republic China since 1949. Ilhan Massacre, 1949. About over 7,000 Han Chinese civilians. These are victims. Chinese land reform, 1949 to 53, 1 million to 4.7 million. These were victims killed. Campaign to suppress counter-revolutionaries. This was 712,000 to 2 million people. 5 anti-campaign, 1951 to 52, 100,000 plus. 1954 Cathay Pacific Douglas DC-4 shootdown. There was about 10 people that were killed. Sufan movement. You have 53,000 killed, 1955 to 57. And Rightist campaign, 1957 to 59, 550,000 to 2 million. Zunhua incidents, 1958. There were about 435 people killed. 1959 Tibetan uprising, 1959, 87,000 killed. Violence in the Great Chinese Famine that we already talked about. It was close to anywhere between 15 to 45 million. Socialist education movement, about 77,560 were killed. So, you know, by looking at the Chinese history, I don't know what to tell you. Master, it's on you.
Yeah, guys, Xinjiang was a country called East Turkestan, and they were an independent country back at that time. Chinese Communist Party, when they won the civil war in China, they attacked this country and take over it. And they added it to the mainland China. And they take this country because of the vast resources they have, especially for oil reserve. The second thing is the Tibet. And by the way, they put the Muslim there at concentration camp. And when America in 2001 had this 9/11 thing, they started to
Jesus and all of this shit. No, they just go on about their fucking lives. Why? Who's that that decided that, like, publicly announce that I don't fuck with the religion of the majority of the state? Well, for what? What does that do? Like, that's whoop-de-fucking-do.
You think that your God has a moral view one way or the other?
My God is your God. It's the same. We were created by the same entity.
That's not answering the question. They asked you, does your God, whether it's my God or your God, whichever God you believe in, do you think that God has a moral view of what is happening?
Absolutely, I would say. Why would God not?
What's that? What's that view?
Before we continue on the God talk, I just want to clarify something. So, are you of the opinion that an alliance between Iran and China would be enough to overcome the
And they
advantage
went.
that U.S. has?
They came back.
Say that again. Bit of a distraction, actually. I'm trying to figure out if this guy has any moral conscience at all in his brain somewhere. It doesn't seem like somewhere he really does. I mean, you claim to be a Muslim. Do you claim to be a Muslim? I'm literally fucking talking, bro.
Do you ever hunt your food? Or have you ever slaughtered a chicken?
I'm in the middle of the sentence.
And ate it?
I'm in the middle of the sentence.
I'm just trying to get a feel for
you might be a theist
here.
I could probably agree to that.
I got my
you ain't no fucking Muslim. You sure as shit aren't a Muslim. A Muslim would sit here and tell me that yes, God has a moral view on what's going on. Right? And he would say this is justified, this is true, this is correct, this is.
And God would have an even more view on what's going on in Gaza. So what's your fucking point? What do you have to say about that?
Say about what?
I said, and what's your moral view of what's going on in Gaza? Well, I'm sure God would have a lot more to say about that. Or let's talk about the baby that was burned with cigarettes
Are you a terrorist?
soldiers for 10 hours.
Are you a terrorist?
Dude, if he was,
you a
he told you no, would you believe him?
This is a simple question, dude. It's yes or no answer.
Are you a fucking terrorist? What the fuck kind of shit is that?
Okay, do you support terrorism?
Elliot,
what the fuck is
wrong
terrorism? Are you talking about shit funded by Israel? Because that's all terrorism is.
Yeah, you claim to be an American.
Terrorism.
Ron has said over and over and over. Death to America. Okay, so I'm trying to figure out which fucking side you're on. Are you a terrorist?
Figure out which side I'm on.
Dude, forget terrorism.
Do I need to PTR the American flag on the fucking back of my truck, you fucking idiot?
Are you guys?
I can fucking sit here and support my own country and not be a goddamn idiot. Do you want troops on the ground? Do you want American troops on the ground because a few fucking protesters died? Is that what I'm getting from you?
But dude, my question was not rhetorical. I actually want to know whether you're a terrorist or not. You know, you could answer that by just saying no, but you have not done.
I think it's a fucking stupid fucking question. I'm sitting here telling you all of this shit is funded by Israel. Terrorism itself is fucking funded by Israel. So why the fuck would I sit here and take some handout from Israel to do some state-funded bullshit? Is that what you're saying? Like, how is that even a fucking question? You're talking about answering it yes or no? Am I morally sound? To me, it seems like you guys are the fucking moral losers. Because you're really sitting here trying to fucking dictate what another fucking nation has to fucking do with itself instead of just working on what the fuck you got going on.
So when the Iranian government says death to America, do you support that statement?
Do you support it?
No, I don't support that. I'm American.
Okay, so when they say death to Israel, do you support that
now,
statement?
Can you answer my question?
Do you support that statement when they say death to Israel?
Can you answer my question? You're dodging. Okay. When the Iranian government says that, as they have been saying for decades, death to America,
death to America, it's not mean death to people of America. They mean the death to the American regime. So it doesn't mean that's death to American people. You have to know that.
You're talking about the same Iranian regime when they took American hostages in '79. They freed the black people and told us that we were already oppressed. You were free to go, and you're asking me, what did Muhammad Ali? Ain't no Vietnamese ever called me no nigga. So what the fuck are you at? Why are you asking me this question?
You support Iran when the Iranian government says death to America, whatever that means.
I support whoever is freeing the world from the oppressed. I support that. That's what I support.
Okay, so
I support
from your answer, nobody knows whether you support the Iranian government when they say death to America. Nobody can understand what the fuck you're saying because you don't answer.
Nobody can understand what I'm saying.
Death to America. Death to America.
Everyone understands except Elliot at this point.
Death to America. It's mean death to American regime, American government, American government rules.
Yes,
not for the people.
Believe me, persons
you have to know that.
Shit, whether you live or die.
Even in Iraq, we don't have.
It means, or if it means something else.
Look, even in Iraq, we don't have any problems with American people. We have problems with American regime rules. They have really controlled by Israel. So that's the reason why I said death to America, death to Israel. It doesn't mean that death to American people. No, we don't have any problems with American people. You have to notice
why do you use the word death when discussing
death? It's mean for government. It's normal. It's normal that when American people or Israel people said death to Iran.
Hey Elliot, it's a cultural thing, man. It's a language thing. It's
It's a language. Elliot with silk gloves on and shit.
No, I don't think anybody's wrong here. I think we're talking past each other. But like, I think what Duster means is like exactly what I think it means when they say "death to America." It's not like kill an American dude. I know obviously some people do that. You know what I mean? There's some extremists.
Iranians don't have problems with Jews. They have problems with Zionists.
Exactly. But by the way, here, American people, it's normal. They can walk in Iraq normally. But we don't have any problems with them. We grade them.
Look, this is not answering my question. I can rephrase it.
It's an answer. It's a death. As Major
why are
said.
you so in demand of having yes or no questions?
I want to get a straight answer from you. Can you? Is it possible for you to give a yes or no answer to any question? Can you do that?
But Major will answer you.
Come off of your moral high horses if you dictate the yes or no's of
moral high horse
and shit.
You would even agree that killing your own fucking citizens was wrong. You gave me some bullshit story about.
I didn't give you some bullshit
fucking
story.
I don't know, some Jewish.
But motherfucking shit gets nasty. What do you? That's why I asked you, how many chickens have you slaughtered for your own nourishment? I'm just curious. Because you seem to be somebody who's very disconnected from what it is to actually be like an actual real man.
Do you think it's wrong? Do you think it's wrong for the Iranian government to murder tens of thousands of its own fucking citizens? That is a yes or no question.
Do you think it was wrong for our own government to do some similar things?
That's a yes or no question. You don't ask. You don't respond to a question with another fucking question. You just say no. That's wrong. Can you do that?
Murder is fucking bad. Clearly.
It's their own business.
But does shit fucking happen? Does shit not happen? And you're asking me whether it's right or wrong?
You still haven't answered my question.
We just dismantle the whole government because of these protesters.
That's what I think.
You think what? Say it again, Mr. President.
I think you're a piece of shit.